My husband and I moved to Texas for the military, and about 6 months after arriving, we moved on to the base. A few months later, strange things started happening. That's when my husband opened up to me about his experiences, revealing that he's been seeing things since he was 8 years old. I found it fascinating because I've always believed in the paranormal and thought it was an intriguing subject. When Patrick was 8, he moved to Ohio. One night, he left his bedroom door slightly open. Suddenly, it swung open fast but stopped just before hitting the wall. In the doorway stood a tall, dark shadow figure. Since that night, he says, it has followed him wherever he goes. That house had its own eerie history. When they first moved in, they found dead animals hanging in the attic. Even after removing them, more would appear daily for about 3 weeks before it finally stopped. Another chilling incident involved Patrick's mom. She was a few months pregnant when she felt a strong force push her down the stairs, causing her to miscarry. After moving out of that house to a farm in Iowa, things seemed quieter. Patrick still saw figures on the farm outside but never in the house. He ignored them as he grew up. When we moved to Texas, the activity picked up again. Patrick had to leave for training for a few weeks, and the first night he was gone, I felt very uneasy. I left the lights on as I tried to sleep, but I heard a whisper in my ear say, "Get out!" I woke up instantly, looked around, and saw nothing. My dog, who was lying next to the bed, didn't react at all. Later, while I was in the REM stage of sleep, I felt cold fingertips on my neck. I sat up quickly and told whatever it was to leave me alone. After that, I slept peacefully for the rest of the night. Luckily, my twin brother was coming the next day to keep me company. Once he was there, the strange feelings subsided. One morning, I was in the bathroom doing my hair when the toilet flushed by itself. Feeling unsettled, I walked around the house, only to find the kitchen cabinets open. Another time, around Christmas in 2005, my husband, a friend, and I were watching a movie in the living room. Patrick finished his drink and set the cup on the side table. Near the end of the movie, something hit the cup, it flew into the air, spun, and landed on the floor on its side. We all stared at each other confused. We brushed it off and finished the movie, but by the time it was over, the cup was sitting upside down on the floor. Our friend was really freaked out, but Patrick and I were used to this kind of activity. Even though shadows often appeared on the walls, she continued to visit, though always on edge. One night, that same friend and I were having drinks when Patrick suddenly called out in a scared voice. I ran to him, and he told me that something had been pulling on his leg. He described seeing a large, green, gargoyle-like face emerge from the corner of the room and rush straight at him. It terrified him. After my brother moved in with us, the activity stopped. Things felt normal again, until we moved. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I'm not entirely sure if what's happening to me is a ghost story, but strange things have been happening lately, and I think it might be a spirit trying to reach out. I guess I should start from the beginning. When I was a kid, I often had these feelings, like something bad was going to happen. Sometimes I'd have dreams about things before they happened. Nothing major, just small things, like conversations or little events. I also had terrible nightmares, so bad that my parents had to get me pills to help me sleep. None of this directly relates to ghosts, but it made me open to the idea that they could exist. The spirit I think is around me isn't something I've seen clearly, at least not in the traditional sense. I've only caught glimpses of it, like quick blurs out of the corner of my eye. One time, I woke up and saw a whitish blur hovering near my bed. I wear glasses, so without them, all I could make out was a hazy shape. I assumed it was just the after effect of a dream and dismissed it. But then, a few days later, I saw the same blur in the bathroom while I was taking a bath. It was out of the corner of my eye again, and when I turned to look, it was gone. I even tried talking to it, jokingly calling it a pervert for showing up while I was naked. I don't know if ghosts can be perverts, but I figured I'd try to get its attention. These kinds of things wouldn't usually bother me, I've had experiences before. For example, when I was a kid, I saw an old man mowing a neighbor's lawn. I described him to my mom, and she told me a man like that used to live down the street, but he had passed away years ago. Another time, I saw a woman brushing the steps of a house while I was in the car with my family. I told them about it because I knew there had never been a house in that spot. The woman was wearing an old-fashioned white dress. My parents laughed it off, but I still insist I saw her. Whether or not those were spirits, I don't know. But they never noticed me, and they never scared me. It wasn't anything I worried about. Lately, though, things have gotten stranger. Once, while in the car with my brother, I saw a man standing on the side of the road. When I blinked, he was gone. My brother saw nothing. Later, in the same spot, I saw a man stepping onto the road and slammed on the brakes. But he disappeared before I could hit him. These incidents might make me think I'm imagining things, but weird stuff has happened to my family too. My mom once woke up and saw a man standing in her room, only for him to vanish. She's also had those same feelings, like when she sensed something was wrong the night I wrecked my car. My dad believes the house he grew up in was haunted and has shared stories about it. My brother has heard the same little girl singing in the woods behind our house that I've heard. I've also had vivid dreams since I was young. The most intense ones started when I was 11. At 15, they came back and lasted for 3 years. These dreams always left me with headaches, dizziness, and a feeling that something was off. In the dreams, I talked to a man who seemed to know me. I felt like I knew him too but couldn't place him. Once, I asked him who he was, and he told me. Go back to the beginning. That line stuck with me. It led me to research ghosts, past lives, and anything else supernatural. The dreams felt real, not like regular nightmares. Sometimes, I even woke up screaming from them. Recently, the dreams have returned, but now I can't remember them clearly. They fade moments after I wake up. All I'm left with is a lingering sadness, fear, or the sense that something is wrong. I've started having trouble sleeping because I'm scared of what might happen when I close my eyes. I've taken over-the-counter sleep aids, but they don't always help. Even when I do sleep, I wake up in the middle of the night. The other morning, I woke up with the feeling that someone was in my room. It's that distinct sense you get when someone walks in. Even if you don't see or hear them, you just know they're there. I heard footsteps and thought it was my mom, so I closed my eyes again. Then I felt breathing behind me and something touched my shoulder. I knew it wasn't my mom. She would never stand that close or breathe like that. I didn't open my eyes. The breathing and touch only lasted a few seconds, but it terrified me. Later, my mom came in to turn off my lamp, which I'd left on because I can't sleep in total darkness. I wanted to ask if she'd been there earlier but decided not to. After she left, my lamp turned itself back on. I asked everyone in my family if they'd been in my room, but they all said no. Now, I don't feel safe. I've always believed houses can be haunted, but I don't think it's the house. I live in a trailer, and I've never heard of a trailer being haunted. I'm starting to wonder if it's me that's haunted. Could a person be haunted? I don't know, but I need someone to help me figure this out. For as long as I can remember, I dreamed mostly of people I don't know. Some were children, others adults, and they always came to me, day or night, and wouldn't leave me alone. At first, I didn't know what to think. Was I overly imaginative, or was there something wrong with me? My dreams were full of death, war, and blood, and they disturbed me deeply. I started to fear falling asleep and couldn't stop thinking about these imaginary friends as a child. I didn't realize back then that they weren't imaginary at all. Neither of my parents were open-minded about spirituality, and still aren't, so no one took me seriously. My mom thought something was mentally wrong with me, and my dad would get angry that I stayed up late, talking to myself. But the spirits kept coming. My mom once told me about an incident when I was 2 years old. One moment, I was fine. The next, I fell down a flight of stairs as though something invisible had tripped me. She said I cracked my skull and had to go to the hospital. Strangely, I didn't feel any pain. To this day, I have nightmares about falling. Not all the spirits I saw were harmful, though. One ghost, Danny, visited me frequently, and I grew to enjoy his company. When I was 7, my little sister was born. Around that time, I started dreaming about 2 little blonde girls I had never met. Years later, my sister told me about her own imaginary friends. One of them, named Chloe, visited her the most. I couldn't help but wonder if what I was seeing were actually spirits, and not just my imagination. One day at school, when I was about 12 or 13, the lights in the entire building started flickering. I'm the only one who knows why. Just before it happened, I saw figures moving out of the room from the corner of my eye. At home, my bedroom lights flickered constantly, even after I changed the bulb, and objects were never where I had left them. It didn't seem imaginary, but I still wanted proof. I told my sister how weird the flickering lights at school were. She smiled and said, "Oh, that was just Chloe and her friends, Ellie and Grace." She went on to describe Chloe's friends, and I realized they were the same girls I had seen in my recent dreams. Then she mentioned that Chloe had a brother named Danny. My jaw dropped as she described him perfectly: red hair, hazel eyes, and about 16 years old. It was exactly how I had seen him. That moment made me realize this was real. Since then, my sister and I have talked a lot about spirits and ghosts. I started learning about protection spells and began talking to my guardian angel, Tiffany, more often. Tiffany has been a constant source of guidance, healing, and protection. She's the reason I didn't feel pain when I fell down the stairs as a toddler. Over time, I've started helping ghosts cross over, but I've learned that even after they cross, they don't always reincarnate. Some choose to come back as spirits. Danny is one of them. I helped him cross over, but he still visits me. My abilities have grown stronger with practice, and I dedicate time to meditation, visiting cemeteries, and anything else that helps me connect with spirits. When I visited the Akashic Records, I learned that I've always been meant to help spirits resolve their unfinished business. This is my purpose. I'm so grateful for this gift and the opportunity to make a difference in their lives, and mine. I've always felt like something was around me, even if I couldn't see it. I just knew it was there. Sometimes, I'd walk into someone's house and immediately sense a presence, or the hairs on the back of my neck would stand up. I never wanted to see or feel anything, but it kept happening. Let me share a few of the experiences I've had. When I was a young girl, I was quite rebellious. My mom would ground me, and as soon as the punishment ended, I'd get into trouble again. One night, after she scolded me, I was in my bedroom feeling angry with her. Suddenly, I heard someone call my name. I stayed still, refusing to respond. Then I heard it again, louder this time, but I still didn't move. The third time my name was called, I figured my mom must be furious, so I got up to see what she wanted. I walked slowly into her room and called her name, but she didn't answer. I called her again and realized she was sound asleep, snoring loudly, as usual. I woke her up and asked what she wanted. She looked confused and said she hadn't called my name. Terrified, I ran back to my room, dove under the covers, and forced myself to sleep. Another time, I was lying on my mom's couch with my back facing the kitchen. I saw someone walk out of her bedroom and assumed it was her. Since we weren't on the best terms at the time, I pretended to be asleep. I felt the presence come closer and lean over me, as if checking if I was really asleep. I stayed perfectly still until it walked away and returned to where it came from. The next morning, I asked my mom if she'd come into the living room to check on me. She said she hadn't left her room that night. Once again, I was terrified. When things like this happened, I'd call my grandmother to help me understand. She told me it was my aunt watching over me. Years later, when my daughter was in the hospital, I was beside myself with worry. I couldn't eat, sleep, or think straight. Deep down, I knew she wouldn't make it, but I couldn't accept it. One night, while sitting alone in the waiting room, someone walked in and sat down beside me. It was a young man dressed in white. He smiled and asked me what was wrong. His presence was so calming that I began pouring my heart out about my daughter in the ICU. I don't know how, but I fell asleep that night. The next morning, the hospital staff woke me with terrible news. My daughter wasn't doing well, and I should see her one last time. I asked about the young man who had comforted me the night before, but the staff said no one matching that description was on duty. I asked again, but they were firm. There was no such person. After my daughter passed, I started hearing the sound of her walker in the living room. I prayed she wouldn't come into my bedroom, but every night I heard her coming down the hallway. She always stopped just outside my room. Then the sounds would start again, as if she was walking around the house. She never entered my room, and somehow, that gave me peace. I knew she was at rest. It helped me cope with her loss. A few years ago, my story began in Ohio, where I lived with my parents. Some of my friends were fascinated by the spiritual world and often visited haunted houses. One day, they found a book about achieving out-of-body experiences. Within days, they came to me, full of stories about what they had experienced. I've never been deeply spiritual or religious. It always felt too far-fetched, but I've kept an open mind. When they shared their experiences, I listened, curious to see if it was real. So, one night, I decided to try it for myself. I prepared my bed, pulling off all the blankets except the white sheets. I removed my watch, rings, and necklace, stripped down to my boxers, and turned off the light. I focused on a single spot on the ceiling. At first, my mind kept drifting, and I had to remind myself why I was doing this. After about 10 minutes of struggling to concentrate, I started hearing a static-like humming sound, similar to the white noise from a TV with no signal. At first, I thought I'd left the TV on, but I hadn't. As the sound grew, I began feeling weightless. I felt myself lifting off the bed. I was thrilled, thinking I did it. But suddenly, everything changed. From the corner of my vision, I saw something moving. It was a face, black eyes, no mouth, almost like a mask. Long, white, hair like streams floated behind it as if it were underwater. Beside the face were two hands with the same flowing tentacles. It moved gracefully through the air and stopped directly above my face, blocking my view of the ceiling spot I'd been focusing on. My heart stopped, and I remembered my friend's warning. Be careful, something else might enter your body during an out-of-body experience. Just as that thought crossed my mind, the figure jolted toward me, and I woke up in bed, sweating. Years passed. I joined the military and chalked up the experience to a weird dream. Life moved on, and I traveled the world, exploring what I called the opposite side of the world. Then, I was deployed to Iraq, and things changed again. One night, I had a terrifying dream where my body felt impossibly heavy, like it weighed 100 pounds. I couldn't move. I heard people walking into my room but couldn't turn to see them. At first, I was more amazed than scared, but then I heard someone mention killing me. That's when fear set in, and I forced myself to wake up. The next day, I researched sleep paralysis and was relieved to learn I wasn't the only one experiencing it. I memorized tips on how to break free from it. But as the episodes continued, something familiar began appearing during them. The white figure I had encountered years earlier. It hovered over me, never looking directly at me but always facing the door, hands raised as if ready to defend against something. This realization terrified me. Was this thing following me? What did it want? In December 2006, I was injured in Baghdad and airlifted to a hospital in Germany. After surgery and recovery, I returned to my unit's base to await my team's return. But the sleep paralysis episodes returned, and the white figure was always there, hovering over me, staring at the door. One night, I was dealing with intense personal struggles. I wasn't afraid to sleep, even though I knew I'd likely have the same dream again. This time, when I woke during sleep paralysis, I decided to force myself out of bed. To my amazement, I succeeded. My feet hit the ground, my knees locked, and I stood up. For the first time during sleep paralysis, I wasn't stuck lying down. But then I felt it. The white figure was standing just inches behind me, staring at the back of my head. My fear returned. I focused all my energy on moving toward the door, each step feeling like wading through mud. I didn't turn around. As I reached the corner near the door, I nearly ran into another figure. This one was completely black, like a shadow, and much larger than me. The sight of it made my knees buckle. I collapsed against the wall and fell to the floor. That's when I woke up. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I replayed it over and over in my mind, wondering what it all meant. I began to question everything. The white figure had never looked at me. It always focused on the door, hands raised defensively. Could it have been protecting me? Was the thing I feared most actually keeping me safe from something worse? If that's true, what are the shadow figures outside my door? What would happen if the white spirit left and never came back? And why has it chosen to stay with me for so long? These questions haunt me every day. I've posted this story, hoping someone might have answers. Is this just a recurring dream? Or am I dealing with something far beyond my understanding? My story begins a few years ago when I still lived in Ohio and attended school. Like most people, I went through grade school, middle school, and high school with many of the same classmates year after year. You get to know people, some by name, some by face, and others through deeper friendships or lasting connections. Some people leave a greater impact on you, and some fade from memory. One of my classmates was a girl named Julie, not her real name, as I don't want to upset her family or interfere with any investigations. Julie was an average person. She tried hard to be liked, confident, and successful in school, but it seemed like things never fully worked out for her. There was always a deep sadness about her, something in her eyes or her demeanor that I couldn't ignore. Whenever we talked, usually in a group setting, she avoided sharing personal details. If the conversation turned to her home life or family, she'd give vague answers and quickly change the subject. I gathered that her family struggled financially from the little she did mention. In high school, Julie developed severe acne, which didn't help her popularity. Kids can be cruel, and I know she suffered because of it. Her family eventually took her to a doctor, but the medication they gave her only made her skin look red and raw, drawing more unwanted attention. During my junior year, near the end of the school year, I asked Julie to sign my yearbook. She did, and I told her how great it would be to have another year together. That's when she told me she wouldn't be coming back for her senior year. I asked why, and she said she didn't feel like she fit in and wasn't doing well in school. But she added that she hoped her life wouldn't just be about that. She dreamed of meeting her Prince Charming and building a wonderful life with him. I told her I was sad to see her go and gave her my phone number. That was the last time I saw her. Then, about 10 months ago, I woke up one morning thinking about Julie. I couldn't explain why. It seemed like I saw her everywhere I went, but whenever I tried to approach her, it wasn't her, just a stranger. Sometimes she'd disappear into a crowd before I could catch up. I even mentioned it to my husband, who suggested I might have seen someone on TV that reminded me of her. Over the next week, Julie occupied my thoughts constantly, and I started feeling an overwhelming sadness, like it wasn't just my own, but hers too. I tried to find her by searching phone listings and the internet, but nothing came up. No one I knew had kept in touch with her. One night, about 2 weeks after Julie began dominating my thoughts, I was sitting on the couch reading while my husband watched TV. The evening news came on, and I heard her name during the opening headlines. I didn't catch what was said, and my husband wasn't paying attention either. 15 minutes later, the news cut to a live scene outside an abandoned furniture store and laundromat that I recognized. Police and emergency vehicles surrounded the building, their lights flashing, and yellow crime scene tape blocked off the area. Julie had been found in the basement of that building by a property management team. Her body had been wrapped in filthy rugs, partially clothed. She'd been beaten, sexually assaulted, and strangled with a telephone cord tied in a bow around her neck. The news was devastating. I dropped my book and cried uncontrollably. My husband tried to comfort me, but the sadness felt immense, like I wasn't just crying my own tears but hers too. I must have cried myself to sleep because the next thing I remember was waking up in bed the next morning. Julie was buried about 2 weeks later in a county funeral. Her family didn't come forward, and only 2 former classmates attended aside from me. The lack of support broke my heart. I cried again, overwhelmed by sadness I couldn't contain. My husband suggested I see a doctor, thinking it might be an emotional issue, but I knew it was more than that. About a month after Julie first came to mind, I woke up very early one morning and couldn't fall back asleep. I went downstairs, got a glass of tea, and turned on the TV. Suddenly, the wind outside picked up. I went to check the screen door to make sure it was latched securely. When I stepped onto the porch, I saw Julie standing there. She looked exactly as I remembered, her favorite jeans, sweatshirt, hairstyle, and pink-striped purse. Her face was clear, free of acne, and her eyes no longer carried that sadness. She smiled and said, "Well, it didn't happen the way I wanted, but I found peace and harmony the hard way. I hurt for a long time, but not anymore. I didn't find my Prince Charming. As you saw on the news, he killed me and turned it into a joke. But I'm okay now. It's peaceful here. No one will ever hurt me again. Let's stop crying, and thanks for being there." I opened my mouth to speak, but she disappeared. No flashes, no sound, no wind, just gone. My story begins when I was little. Throughout my life, I've been able to see things others can't, what I believe are spirits of the non-living. It's always been a part of my life, so I never thought much of it. The first experience I remember happened at my older brother's 3rd birthday party. Years later, my mom was going through old family photos and showed me one of her mother, a grandmother I never met. When I saw the picture, I told her I remembered her from my brother's birthday party. I even described the cake because I remembered loving it. My mom thought I was crazy since I was only a month old at the time, but I know what I saw. No one believed me about seeing my grandmother there, and I started questioning myself. Was I just imagining it? Another time, when I was 13, my mom and I were downtown in Houston. We stopped at a light, and I noticed a little boy, around 2 or 3 years old, crying on the sidewalk. I walked closer and asked where his mom was. He looked at me but didn't answer. Suddenly, he ran into the street. I screamed as a car came speeding toward him. My mom scolded me for causing a scene because, as it turned out, there was no boy. Shaken, we kept walking, and on the next street, we saw a commotion. A family had been hit by a truck dragging a trailer. The mother was injured, the father was distraught, and their little boy had died. Later that day, I saw the boy's photo on the news. It was the same boy I had seen. That moment hit me hard. It made me realize I could see things others couldn't, and it left me feeling deeply guilty, wondering if I could have done something to help. A month later, something else happened in the trailer park where we lived. One of our neighbors, Mr. Pete, walked past me while I was playing outside. We exchanged hellos as usual, and I didn't think much of it because he always went out to get his mail in the evening. That was on a Friday. The following week, his kids showed up to clean out his house. Confused, I asked why they were moving. They told me he had died in the hospital from a stroke on Friday morning. I was stunned. After that, I tried shutting myself off from these experiences. I attempted to reach out to the spirits later, but nothing happened, so I gave up. I thought it was over until one night when I was 20 and had moved into a new apartment with my best friend. I loved the place and had a habit of doing laundry late at night when no one else was around. One night, I went to the laundry room and found a girl already there. I asked if she was almost done, but she didn't respond, just looked at me and kept loading the dryers. I thought it was rude, but I waited for her to finish. After she left, I noticed one of the dryer doors was wide open. I went to close it and realized it was empty. In fact, all the dryers were empty, even though I had just watched her load several of them. Confused, I left my clothes in the washer and went back to my apartment. The next morning, I found my clothes dried and neatly folded. Maybe someone had been kind enough to help me, but I still wondered about the girl. I asked the landlord about her, and she told me a story about a tenant who had lived in the apartment next to mine. The tenant had stopped paying rent, and when they entered her apartment weeks later, they found the doors locked from the inside. Her belongings were still there, but she was gone. The police investigated but found no clues about her disappearance. Another experience happened when I was 22. It was my roommate's birthday, and she'd had friends over to celebrate. I went to bed early because I had a headache. Around 4 a.m., I woke up to use the bathroom. To get there, I had to pass through her room. Her door was open, and as I walked by, I glanced inside and saw an older woman sitting on her bed. I didn't think much of it, probably because I was still half asleep. The next morning, we were chatting about her party, and I asked who the older woman was. Maybe she had too much to drink and stayed over? My friend looked at me in shock and asked what I was talking about. I described the woman, and she showed me a picture of her grandmother. It was the same woman I had seen sitting on her bed. She told me she had dreamed of her grandmother that night. These experiences have shaped my life and made me realize that the line between the living and the non-living is thinner than we think. I've had many experiences with ghosts and the paranormal throughout my life. My uncles and cousins have told me that this ability runs in our family. My grandfather could see and communicate with spirits, my father can sense and see them, and I've inherited the same gift. As a child, it confused me because I couldn't understand why the people around me didn't see what I could, even when the spirits were right in front of us. My first memory of this happened when I was just 2 or 3 years old. I know it's unusual to remember something from such a young age, but I truly do. At the time, we lived in a rental house in Cebu City, right in the heart of the city. It was a busy, noisy area, and no one would expect anything strange to happen there. I was a mischievous child, especially during meals. I'd run around the house, making my nanny chase after me. During these times, I started seeing a beautiful lady at the top of the staircase. She wore a white dress and always smiled at me. Her face wasn't clear, it was blurry, almost misty, but I could tell she was beautiful. I felt it more than I could see it. When I told my nanny about her, she dismissed it as my imagination. Being a child, I trusted her. This went on for months. Sometimes, while I was watching TV, I'd glance up and see her standing there, smiling and gesturing for me to come closer. I always ignored her. I didn't know who she was, so I'd just shake my head, and she would disappear. The most vivid memory I have of her happened one day while I was playing with my toy cars in the living room. From where I was sitting, I had a clear view of the staircase. As I played, I looked up and saw her again. This time, she was sitting on the stairs, smiling and beckoning me. I felt uneasy and ran outside. From the doorway, I peeked back inside, and she was still there, smiling as always. I cautiously stepped back inside, intending to run to the kitchen, but as soon as I saw her stand up and call me, I froze. I couldn't move, scream, or even hear anything around me. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread as she started ascending the stairs. Then, everything went dark. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. I was terrified and clung to my father. I told my parents what I had seen and how I had felt, but they dismissed it as a bad dream caused by a sudden illness. Deep down, I knew it wasn't a dream. The lady in white had tried to take me with her, and that was why I ended up in the hospital. Years later, I retold the story to my mother. She explained that I'd had a convulsion, which she said must have caused hallucinations. But the explanation didn't sit right with me. I was a hyperactive child, perfectly healthy that day, with no sign of fever or sickness. To me, the convulsion was caused by my experience with the lady in white. This belief was confirmed years later, when I was in 5th grade. By then, we had moved to a new house next door. It was bigger and better than the old one. One night, I woke up around 1 a.m. feeling restless. It was as if someone was calling me, though I couldn't hear my name. I got up, drank some water from the glass by my bed, and felt an urge to look out the window. My room was on the second floor, so I had a good view of our small backyard below. There was a water tank next to a small tree in the yard. That's when I saw her again, the same lady in white, standing by the tree and looking up at me. She hadn't aged a day. She looked just as beautiful as before, and this time, her face was clear. She smiled and gestured for me to come to her, just like she used to. But now I knew better. I knew she wasn't from our world and that going to her would mean my death. I stood there for a moment, frozen by fear and disbelief, but I didn't move. I didn't let her lure me away. To this day, I believe she was trying to take me with her, and she has never truly gone away. My mom, my grandmother, Nanny, and her mother all have the ability to sense the energy of spirits. It's amazing to hear the stories they share about their experiences. I don't think the ability to feel spirits is inherited, but I do believe that when families are open to these feelings and don't dismiss them, their children are more likely to accept and explore this sensitivity. This is the story of my first real encounter with a spirit. When I was in 3rd grade, my family, my mom, dad, brother, and I, moved to Plankinton, South Dakota. I'm 22 now and only recently started sharing this experience again. We moved into an old township schoolhouse that needed cleaning before we could live in it. On one of our trips to clean, my dad and I explored the area and came across an abandoned house. Even as a 3rd grader, I could tell the house must have been beautiful when people lived there. The next time we went to clean, I brought my mom to see the house. When she looked at it, I noticed a strange mix of fear and peace on her face. She didn't say much about it at the time. Later, when my mom's boss, Brenda, and her husband, Dan, came to help us clean, we took them to see the house. Brenda wanted to go inside. We didn't think it would hurt, so she went in. When Brenda came out onto the balcony, she said something odd. "This house will be mine." On the way home, she explained that when she was halfway up the stairs inside, she heard footsteps behind her. Thinking it was Dan, she called out his name, but no one was there. Strangely, she said the name, Ella, out loud. That's when my mom revealed that the first time she saw the house, she had sensed children playing ring around the Rosie in the yard. We eventually found the landowner, and Brenda asked if she could take the lumber from the house for her store. He agreed, saying he had planned to burn it down for farmland anyway. After that, we visited the house more frequently. One day, we brought my Aunt Jan and Uncle Dan to see the house. When my aunt came upstairs, she found me talking to someone. But to her, the room was empty. I took her to another room and explained that I had seen a mother holding a baby. They both looked so sad. What was strange about the house was how men were treated when they tried to enter. Brenda's husband, Dan, got cut by a nail in the doorway his first time inside. The wound was deep enough to nearly need stitches. My dad tried to enter once but felt an overwhelming anger and had to leave. Later, when construction workers came to remove lumber, they refused to continue, saying they felt unwelcome, even though we hadn't told them about our experiences. One day, we took pictures of the house. When a newspaper heard about the story, they wanted to write an article and asked to take their own pictures. My mom said it might not be a good idea, but Brenda agreed. When my mom picked up the photos we had taken earlier, her fingertips were burned by the prints. She told Brenda, "Ella doesn't want the photographer there." The newspaper ended up using one of our photos instead. After the article came out, a man visited Brenda's store. He said he was the grandson of the house's original owners. He told us his great-aunt's name was Ella. Without us ever telling him, he also mentioned that a mother and baby had once lived in the house, and the baby died shortly after birth. He couldn't believe how much we knew about the house without researching or speaking to anyone. He also explained why men might not feel welcome there. The house we visited was where the women and children lived. The men lived in a separate house to avoid being disturbed by the children. He believed that 3 families had lived there at one point, sharing the land for farming and food. After this, Brenda became consumed with jealousy and anger. My mom had worked for her for 8 years, and they had always been close. But suddenly, their relationship changed. One day, after a huge fight, Brenda fired my mom. My parents started to believe Ella was a bad spirit and forbade me from talking about her. It was hard at first because the house was only 2 miles from ours, and if not for the trees, we could have seen it from our yard. Since then, I've experienced other spiritual energies. Some are comforting, like the sweet presence I felt at my high school graduation after a classmate passed away that day. Others are uneasy, like the spirits I felt in the schoolhouse. It's difficult to share these experiences because people in South Dakota are very traditional and skeptical about such things. But I know what I felt, and having that man confirm our feelings about the house made me believe even more. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Where should I start? I've always had moments when I seemed to sense something was going to happen, but these feelings come unexpectedly. The more I try to focus on them, the less they seem to come. They just arrive out of nowhere. When I was in elementary school, I spent some time with my grandmother, Lola, in Filipino, at her house. My parents weren't around, and the housemaids were busy elsewhere while I stayed with my grandma in the living room. We didn't visit my grandparents often because they lived 3 hours away, so I didn't know much about her health or the medications she was taking. While I was looking at the picture frames on the shelf, a strange feeling came over me, a deep sense of unease. I turned to look at my grandma, and at that exact moment she fainted. Panicking, I called the maids to help her. By the time my parents arrived, she was already okay. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I was just a kid. As I grew up, these feelings continued to happen. They come and go unpredictably, without warning. I still can't explain them. Then there were the encounters with otherworldly beings. I always try to rationalize these experiences to calm myself, but they still unsettle me. Years ago, I participated in a secondary school's press conference in Tacloban, Philippines. During the opening ceremony, there was a parade around the area. As we passed the church, I glanced up at the bell tower and noticed a black, hooded figure standing by one of the windows. I couldn't see its face. My first thought was, do priests still wear robes like that? And why would it be black instead of brown? I kept looking until the view was blocked by a tree. A few moments later, the bell tower came back into sight, but the figure was gone. I tried to brush it off as my imagination. Things became more intense when I went to college. At my first dorm, I often stayed up until 3 or 4 a.m. working on my plates. I'm an architecture student. One night, I went to the bathroom. As I was washing up, I glanced at the mirror. The reflection showed part of the toilet cubicles behind me, and I saw a dipper sitting on top of one of the water closets. Suddenly, the dipper started moving side to side, its handle hitting the wall and making a noise. I froze in fear, staring at it through the mirror. Somehow, I managed to turn around and open the cubicle door fully. As soon as I did, the movement stopped. I quickly left the bathroom, went back to my room, and tried to focus on my work. But I couldn't shake off how disturbed I felt. Similar things kept happening in that dorm. Objects would fall off my bed or desk for no apparent reason, and I couldn't find logical explanations. Later, at my upperclassmen dorm, I had my most frightening experiences. One night, I stayed up late again, working on a major plate in the multipurpose area. It was around 3:30 a.m., and I was alone. As I worked on my scale model, I heard a scratching sound coming from the corner of the room, where old things were piled up. I tried to stay calm and reasoned that it was probably a cat. The dorm had stray cats around. I turned up the radio to drown out the noise, but I could still hear the scratching. Desperate, I put on my earphones and blasted music at full volume. My ears hurt, but I didn't care. I just wanted to feel safe. Suddenly, the song I was listening to stopped. In its place, I heard a cold, female voice slowly whisper, "Cat, My whole body froze, covered in goosebumps. Terrified, I ran upstairs to my room and woke my roommate. I begged her to come with me to collect my things from downstairs. I couldn't go back alone. I didn't finish my plate that night. I submitted it as it was, unable to focus anymore. Even now, when I think about that voice calling my name, it sends shivers down my spine. When my grandmother passed away, these feelings I'd always had became much stronger. I could sense her presence near me. Sometimes I'd feel a hand on my shoulder or a sudden, cool rush of air. But it wasn't frightening, it felt comforting, as though she was protecting me. I knew she was there. One night, something truly shocking happened. I'd been sent to bed early. Why, I can't remember. My mom was at work, and my dad was looking after us. I hated my dad. He had abused us for years. I was lying in bed, crying my eyes out, when I noticed something in the corner of the room opposite my bed. There was a woman sitting in a rocking chair, gently rocking back and forth. She didn't seem threatening, she just sat there, watching me. Terrified, I shut my eyes tightly, hoping it was just my imagination. When I opened them, she was gone. A couple of years later, my mom finally left my dad. While we were packing up to move out, I found some old family photos. One picture stopped me in my tracks. It was of a woman sitting in a rocking chair outside an old Irish cottage. I recognized her immediately. She was the woman I'd seen that night. I asked my mom who she was. The photo was very old, 80 to 90 years, at least. My mom said she thought the woman was her great-grandmother, though she wasn't sure from which side of the family. When I told her I'd seen the woman when I was young, she believed me. She explained that she, too, had been haunted by this woman many times. In fact, the reason she had the photo was because a family member had given it to her to confirm who the spirit was. Another strange event happened in 2001, right before I was set to dance at the World Championships in Belfast. My mom and sister were in the main bedroom upstairs, while I was downstairs with my brother. Out of nowhere, my stereo started blasting music. I ran upstairs and turned it off, confused. How could it have turned on by itself, cranked up the volume, and played Reach for the Stars by S Club 7, track 21? My mom said it must have been a message from the other side, encouraging me to give my best and believe in myself for the competition. I had other experiences during that time, but I won't go into all of them. After my mom left my dad, I went through years of teenage rebellion and tantrums. During that time, I stopped noticing anything unusual. But now that I've gotten my life back on track, I've started experiencing these things again. In fact, I feel even more in tune with them than before. In the past 6 months, I've had several moments where I've sensed that something bad was going to happen. For example, one night, I told my husband that I had a bad feeling, though I couldn't explain why. Just 6 hours later, we got the news that his uncle had passed away. Another time, I suddenly became overwhelmed with emotion and was convinced my mom was in danger. I was living in Turkey at the time, while she was in the UK. I was hysterical, thinking she might be trying to harm herself. When I spoke to her a few days later, she assured me she was fine. But a month later, when she came to visit, she admitted that around the same time I'd felt that way, she had tried to end her life by taking pills and vodka. There have been other times when I've felt an overwhelming sense of dread, and soon after, something terrible happened. One night, I blurted out to my friends that I felt like an earthquake was coming. They laughed, but the next day, there was a massive 7.8 earthquake in Japan. Another time, I felt an unshakable depression and couldn't explain why. The next day, I learned that 20 soldiers had died in an accident. When my mom came to stay with me 2 months ago, she said she felt a presence in my home. One night, she became hysterical, insisting there was a woman standing over me. Her reaction upset me, and I told her to leave. Since I was 7, I've had what I always thought were nightmares of dark shadows standing beside my bed. I was, and still am, terrified of them. In these dreams, everything looked exactly as it did when I went to sleep, so at first, I didn't even realize I was dreaming. I couldn't move, couldn't look away, and I could hear myself scream, wondering why my mom didn't come to help me. Over time, I realized these were dreams, but they felt far too real. The shadows had no distinct features, yet I could always sense whether they were male or female. They gave off a feeling of menace, as though they wanted to harm me. I dreaded falling asleep, fearing they'd return. Even now, I struggle with sleep because of those nights. Years later, a psychic told me these weren't dreams. She said I had a gift and that the shadows were actually spirits trying to contact me. The reason I couldn't move, she explained, was because I had left my body temporarily, allowing me to see them. She advised me not to fear them but to ask what they wanted. I hadn't told her anything about my dreams, so part of me wondered if she could be right. I decided to test her advice, trying to face my fears and sleep with the light off. About a month later, the shadows returned in what turned out to be the worst encounter I'd ever had. I stayed asleep, determined to try what the psychic suggested. I asked the shadow what it wanted, but instead of answering, it came right up to my face. It moved so fast that it became a swirl of colors, like a flickering flame. I could feel its anger. Terrified, I forced myself to wake up, but it took so much effort that I felt exhausted and tingly all over. I stayed awake the rest of the night, too scared to sleep again. Another time, I had fallen asleep watching TV with the lights on. This had never happened before. I woke, or thought I woke, to see that I wasn't alone. The shadows weren't dark this time. They were lighter, like a clear fuzz, and they didn't scare me at first. They felt calm and gentle, as though they wanted to help. I realized I had left my body, and they seemed to be guiding me, showing me how to move above the ground. They held my hands to steady me, but when I looked back at my body on the couch, I saw them surrounding it. Fear took over. I remembered what the psychic had warned me, that not all spirits are good. Some might lie or try to prevent me from returning to my body. I panicked, thinking, this is exactly what she was talking about. I focused all my will on staying above ground and moving back to my body. When I woke up, the movie was still playing at the exact spot I'd last seen in the dream, as if no time had passed. That scared me even more. These dreams haven't happened as often in recent years, but when they do, they still shake me. Over the years, other psychics have told me about my supposed abilities. One experience that stands out happened about 10 years ago when my sister told me she was pregnant. That same day, I had a vision. I saw her sitting on a white chair, crying next to a white coffin with pink and white flowers. I told my mom that my sister was having a girl and that something terrible would happen, that the baby would die. My mom was furious and told me to keep quiet, accusing me of cursing people by saying these things. But my mom eventually told my sister, and it became a tense topic for weeks. Then we forgot about it, until my niece passed away at 10 months old from a rare genetic condition. At the funeral, the coffin was white with pink and white flowers, just as I'd seen. My sister later told me that her mother-in-law had chosen the coffin and flowers, not her. I've had countless visions like that. I've seen pregnancies, accidents, illnesses, heartbreak, and death before they happened. Sometimes I feel an overwhelming sense of dread, but I never know who or what it's about until something happens. 9 times out of 10, the feeling leads to something tragic. My family has asked me before what I see for them, good or bad, but I can't control these visions. They come when they want, unbidden and random. Lately, though, they've become much less frequent. I hardly even get that feeling of dread anymore. Even after all these experiences, I find it hard to believe I have a gift. I laugh at people who claim to have visions, yet when I have these dreams or see something come true, I'm momentarily convinced. But by morning, I always question it again, thinking, maybe I'm just imagining it all. I live in the dorms at Eastern Michigan University. While odd things tend to happen to my roommate, I've always shrugged them off. I was raised in a psychically sensitive family, and taught to respect the paranormal rather than fear it. I also learned basic protective practices, like shielding and rituals, which have always been second nature to me. Because of this, I've rarely felt threatened by any spiritual presence, until recently. It started over Christmas break. My roommate had gone home the day after classes ended, leaving me alone for the night. I've slept in our room alone before, so I didn't think much of it. However, when I went to bed that night, something felt off. I brushed it aside, thinking I was overtired, and closed my eyes. That's when I got an unsettling mental image, an older man standing a few feet from my bed glaring at me. It was strange, but I chalked it up to my imagination. I've had vivid mental images before, ranging from people I've never met to completely random scenarios like elephants in tutus. This wasn't exactly a cheerful pachyderm, but I figured it was just another odd vision. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was standing at the foot of my bed, near the doorway. When I realized I hadn't locked the door, I reluctantly got up to do so. Walking through that space felt like pushing past an invisible wall of tension, but I quickly locked the door and dove back into bed. For a few moments, everything seemed fine, until I began to sense something manipulating my energy. Over the years, I've learned to work with my energy, using it for small things like influencing pendulums or subtly creating personal space in crowded areas. This has made me more aware of changes in my aura. That night, I felt a shift, a draining sensation, as though something was siphoning my energy. At home, I've dealt with similar occurrences by firmly commanding the presence to stop, which usually works. But this time it didn't. I tried putting up my usual shield, visualizing a protective barrier around me, but whatever it was persisted. As I focused on it, I began to sense a shape accompanying the bad feeling near the foot of my bed. It wasn't human, it felt animalistic and predatory, something like the velociraptors from Jurassic Park. Small but dangerous. Desperate, I imagined an explosion of bright, white light filling the room, a sort of energetic bomb. Immediately, the presence seemed to vanish, and I finally felt at peace. Since then, I haven't noticed anything unusual, but it's only been 2 days since I returned to the dorms. I can only hope that whatever it was, it's gone for good. In the mid-1980s, I found solace visiting the graveyard where my parents were laid to rest in Michigan. Despite its somber purpose, the place brought me a sense of peace. I often wandered among the graves, reflecting on life and looking at the names and dates etched into the stones. One section of the cemetery, where infants and children were buried, always moved me deeply. It was heartbreaking to think of those little lives that were gone too soon, taken to serve as angels, perhaps, in a higher realm. One day, as I walked through the section for babies, I accidentally stepped onto a grave. My foot sank into the ground, and when I tried to pull it out, it felt as if something was holding me back. Panic set in as I struggled to free myself, but I saw nothing grasping me. Frightened and with my heart pounding, I whispered a prayer for the tiny life buried beneath me. Instantly, the hold released, and I bolted to my car, vowing never to return. For a few days I stayed away. But the grave haunted me. Night after night, I dreamed of the infant, feeling its presence calling to me. The dreams brought me to tears, and I felt compelled to return. Something about that little soul wouldn't let me go. I began visiting the grave regularly, bringing flowers and saying prayers. The headstone bore the baby's name, dates of birth and death, and the funeral home's name. I couldn't shake the feeling that the child needed something from me. I decided to contact the funeral director, even though I worried he might think I was insane. To my surprise, he listened patiently and assured me he'd encountered similar stories in his line of work. He agreed to contact the baby's mother for permission to share details with me. A few days later, he called back and told me the mother had agreed but didn't want her identity disclosed. We met at the grave. I brought flowers, as always, and listened as he explained the baby's story. The child had died of SIDS, and the mother, who hadn't wanted the baby, had never held her child or shown any affection. Hearing this broke my heart. Tears streamed down my face as I knelt by the grave. In my mind's eye, I imagined cradling the baby, holding them close, and whispering, "You are loved. You are important. Rest now in peace." I sang a lullaby, placed the baby back in their resting place, and left the flowers by the stone. That day, I felt a profound calm, as if the baby's soul finally found peace. I continued visiting the grave, bringing flowers, saying prayers, and singing to the child I had spiritually adopted. I even planted a flower in the spot where the ground had given way beneath my foot. Years later, when I had to move away, I returned one last time to say goodbye. I wept as I told the baby I loved them and explained that I wouldn't be able to visit as often, but I promised I would come whenever I could. Each visit felt like reconnecting with a precious soul, and I always left flowers and prayers. Unfortunately, a car accident has made it difficult for me to travel. It's been years since I visited the grave. Still, the love and connection remain strong. I hope this summer, with the help of my children, I can return to the cemetery, sing to that little soul once more, and remind them they are still deeply loved. In the 1990s, I lived in Lower Michigan and often passed a charming white church with a tall steeple. It looked like something right out of a Christmas card, so inviting and picturesque that it always caught my eye. One day, I called the church and spoke with a kind woman named Dottie. She told me about the church's history, its long-standing presence in the community for over 100 years, and how it had served many denominations. She also mentioned the monthly potluck, suggesting it would be a great opportunity for me to meet the congregation. Dottie even offered to meet me at the church if I decided to attend so I wouldn't feel like a stranger. A couple of months later, I finally decided to take her up on the offer. Dottie was waiting for me at the front of the church, just as promised, and warmly welcomed me inside. The interior had a timeless, old-fashioned charm with theater-style seats that flipped back into place when not in use. The atmosphere was simple but comforting, and I immediately felt at ease. After the service, we headed down to the basement for fellowship, where we celebrated someone's birthday with cake and drinks. Dottie introduced me to many of the church members, and they welcomed me with open arms. I began attending regularly and felt like I had found a new community. One Sunday, Dottie asked if I would help her restock the side room in the basement, a space where the church kept food and supplies for community outreach. I happily agreed, but as soon as we entered the side room, a chill ran through me. It was noticeably colder than the rest of the basement. I commented on it, and Dottie casually agreed, opening the door wide to let some warmth in from the fellowship area. As we worked, Dottie eventually asked if I was feeling better, but I still felt uneasy. The cold wasn't just physical, it felt deeper, like an unnatural presence. Then, out of nowhere, it felt as if the air was being sucked out of me. I struggled to breathe and was overwhelmed with an inexplicable sense of dread. Dottie noticed my distress and asked if I was okay. I managed to tell her that I needed to leave the room immediately. The moment I stepped out into the fellowship room, the heaviness lifted, and I could breathe again. I sat down, shaken, while Dottie joined me and asked if I was feeling better. I explained how I felt inside the side room, but she just gave me a knowing look and mentioned that she also found the room unusually cold, though she had never experienced anything as intense as I described. Her response left me wondering if she knew more than she let on. As I got to know the congregation better, I occasionally brought up the side room and my experience. Most people brushed it off or looked at me as if I was imagining things, or worse, that there was something wrong with me. Over time, I noticed they started to distance themselves from me. The warm welcome I'd initially received faded, and it became clear that many didn't want me there anymore. Feeling out of place, I stopped attending the church. Dottie, however, remained a friend. She continued to reach out, and was always kind to me, even after my experiences in the side room. Although we never discussed it again, I had the distinct feeling she understood what I went through that day, perhaps because she had felt something similar herself. Dottie passed away some time ago, and I've never returned to that church. But I still think about her kindness and the mysterious events in that cold side room. Sometimes I wonder if the chill I felt there wasn't just physical but a lingering presence from the church's long history, holding on to secrets that only a few, like Dottie, might have understood. From childhood, there's been a part of town that always felt like a sanctuary to me. Even blindfolded, spun around, and driven there in reverse, I'd somehow know exactly where I was. That's how powerfully this place resonates with me. When my fiancé and I were apartment hunting, we stumbled upon a place he instantly loved, and it just happened to be in this special area. It felt like fate. But soon after moving in, I realized the energy in our new home was anything but peaceful. It was haunted, and the being residing there carried a presence full of anger and despair. The solace I once felt in this part of town was like soaking in a warm bath. But this apartment was the opposite, sharp, chaotic, and unsettling. I've always had a sensitivity to spirits, and over the years, many lost ones have gravitated toward me, seeking help to find peace. But this presence was different. It didn't want transformation. It thrived on its own negativity. The first night, I could sense the remnants of the previous owner's energy, and the beings tied to this space. I wasn't surprised. It usually takes months to mediate and balance energies in a place like this. But by the third night, I realized that no matter what I did, the darkness here wouldn't budge. That night, I was turning off the lights in the kitchen and living room, leaving only a small light on in the master bedroom across the house. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I saw it. A shape, darker than the night around it, stood 2 feet in front of me. It was about 3 feet tall, with pointed horns or ears and piercing red eyes. Its presence was suffocating, filled with rage and an unrelenting sadness. I froze. My initial fear was quickly overshadowed by disappointment. All my efforts to shift the energy had failed. Determined, I calmed myself, imagining that I could help this being find peace. But it shot back waves of hostility and vanished into the shadows as if the darkness were its element. That encounter left me shaken. I couldn't help but wonder, why did it retreat from the light? What did it gain by lurking in the shadows? How could my fiancé and I build a life together under the weight of such negativity? I turned to meditation, my usual method of addressing supernatural disturbances. Through these sessions, I gleaned more about the entity. It wasn't purely evil, but it was consumed by its hunger for power. It wanted a host, someone to latch onto. Despite its resistance, my efforts to interact with it did create small shifts, though they were far from enough. One evening, I lay in bed, turning off the light to sleep. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the faint outline of a face watching me from across the room. Its presence felt masculine, and I realized it was a shapeshifter. It reveled in the power of being unseen and in the irony of my attempts to help it. It lingered, silently gloating, before slipping away again. The strangest encounter happened on New Year's Eve. My fiancé had gone to bed early in another room, exhausted from his usual 4 a.m. wake-ups. Alone, I stayed up, stroking the cat as fireworks and laughter echoed outside. Around 1 a.m., I heard a knock on my open bedroom door. Instantly, I thought it was my fiancé coming to check on me, and I called out, "Come in." I waited for his familiar voice but heard nothing. From the corner of my eye, I noticed the hallway was lit, but something about the light felt off, whitish blue and unnatural. Assuming he'd gone to the bathroom, I turned my attention back to the cat. But minutes passed, and he never came in. I turned toward the door just as the eerie light faded. My heart raced. Terrified, I got up, shut the door, and locked it. The next morning, I asked my fiancé if he'd been up in the night. Of course, he hadn't. I already knew the answer but needed to hear it anyway. Now, I feel like I'm in a standoff with this being. It clings to its anonymity, relishing in its ability to unsettle me, while I grow increasingly frustrated by its stubbornness. Beneath its anger, I sense an ocean of sorrow that tugs at my heart. As time goes on, I'm left grappling with its presence, its unyielding sadness, and its refusal to let me help. But I'm not giving up yet. Rhodes, often called the island of Apollo, the ancient sun god, feels like a place almost untouched by winter. Except for the blazing hot summers and the occasional fierce rainstorms of January and February, the rest of the year is a blend of bright sunshine and refreshing breezes. It's no wonder that the garden at Anima became a sanctuary for me, a sight so soothing that it seemed to heal the soul. With this in mind, I decided to transform one of the storerooms into a study and personal living space, giving me the perfect excuse to spend more time near the garden. However, the room was crammed with old furniture, delicate china, and an assortment of decorative objects left behind by the previous owner. When I reached out to the original owner's daughters to ask if they wanted to reclaim anything, they assured me they had taken all that mattered and told me to do as I pleased. Relieved, I set to work. Items beyond repair were discarded, and the rest tucked into another storeroom. Slowly, I began to breathe new life into the space. I repurposed an iron shelf as a bookcase, used an old chest for my wine collection, and painted a white dove on an oval table, turning it into a desk. The most challenging piece was a dilapidated rocking chair that I painstakingly repaired and placed by the window. Inspired by the garden, I painted a vine on the wall above the rocking chair, mirroring the weathered vine outside. To complete the cozy atmosphere, I laid down Turkish rugs and used a vintage birdcage to hold scented candles. Finally, I planted jasmine by the window. Its fragrance filling the room felt like the finishing touch to my little retreat. It was perfect. I could picture myself rocking in that chair, gazing at the magical garden while the jasmine scent wafted in. A serene, timeless world. That Saturday, I invited Faison, the eldest daughter of the previous owner, for coffee to show her the transformation. She arrived with her husband around noon, walking through the garden with a smile. I was nervous, unsure how she'd react to the changes I'd made, especially since I hadn't mentioned turning the storeroom into a personal space. As they explored the room, I kept my distance, letting them take it in. I heard them speaking in Turkish, their voices a mix of curiosity and emotion. Then her husband stepped outside and asked me to join them. My nerves escalated as I stepped into the room. Faison was standing with her back to me, visibly moved. When she turned around, tears glistened in her eyes. To my surprise, she hugged me, a moment that felt deeply profound. "Did I upset you? I'm so sorry," I blurted out, unsure of her reaction. She reassured me, explaining through tears that she wasn't upset but deeply touched. She hadn't seen this room look so beautiful and warm since her family lived there. As a child, she'd often returned from school to find her father resting in this very space, rocking in that same chair. She asked why I had decided to fix it. Truthfully, I didn't know. It had simply felt right. Her words shook me. She went on to share stories about the vine I had painted on the wall, revealing it had belonged to her grandfather and was deeply cherished by her father. He had made her promise never to let anyone cut it down. Then, pointing to the jasmine outside the window, she asked why I had chosen that particular flower. Hesitating, I explained it was simply my favorite. Her voice softened as she revealed it had also been her father's favorite. By this point, I was trembling, overwhelmed by the uncanny connections. How could I have known these things? The chair, the vine, the jasmine, it all felt too coincidental. "The old man is a happy man now," Faison said before leaving. I hoped I managed a smile as they walked away, though I was left shaken. Even now, I wonder if the design choices were truly mine or if they were someone else's dreams flowing through me. Had the previous owner's spirit guided me? I couldn't shake the feeling that I had intruded on someone else's space, despite my genuine love and respect for it. One evening, standing on the front porch, I whispered to the air, "What I did was out of love for this place. If my presence bothers you, let me know, and I'll never step foot here again. But please, don't move objects or make noises, it terrifies me." "Thank you." From then on, I never felt threatened, though there were moments I sensed I wasn't alone. Sometimes I thought I saw the rocking chair sway ever so slightly. But rather than fear, I felt a quiet companionship. Whoever lingered there had come in peace, perhaps to share the beauty of the garden we both cherished so deeply. This story took place in Michigan in the late 1980s. There was a newly paved road near the countryside, a route I often took with my friend Cheryl. The road had a particularly sharp curve, the kind you couldn't speed through without risking ending up in a field somewhere. Every time I drove near that curve, I'd feel uneasy. It wasn't just nerves, it was a deep, unsettling sensation that made me feel physically sick. I told Cheryl about it, but she said she didn't notice anything unusual. One day, as we approached the curve, I asked her, "Do you feel that? Like someone's here with us?" She shook her head, dismissing it. The feeling always left me once we passed the curve and reached the end of the road. But I couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong with that place. One night, Cheryl and I were coming back from a Tupperware party at a friend's house. It was late, and the windows of the car were rolled down to let in the cool night air. As we reached the crossroads near the curve, we heard the unmistakable sound of a car crash, metal twisting, the loud bang of impact. I turned to Cheryl. "Did you hear that?" "Yes," she replied, gripping the seat tightly. Thinking someone had hit us, I pulled the car over and got out with a flashlight. Cheryl followed nervously as I inspected the car and looked around. There were no other vehicles on the road, no signs of an accident. Yet we both heard it, loud and clear. We continued driving, and as we neared the curve, an inexplicable thought hit me. "I know who was in that crash," I said. "It's Mark. He's dead." Cheryl looked at me in disbelief. "What are you talking about? We didn't see any crash." "I just know," I insisted, though I couldn't explain how. About a week later, Cheryl and I drove down the same road again. As we rounded the curve, I saw it, a car wrapped around a tree, its metal twisted beyond recognition. I slammed on the brakes. "There it is!" I shouted. "That's Mark's car. He's there, Cheryl. We have to help him." I jumped out, flashlight in hand, and approached the wreck. I could see a figure slumped over, hanging partially out of the car. My heart sank. I knew he was gone. Cheryl, still in the car, begged me to get back inside. "You're seeing things?" she said, her voice trembling. "There's nothing there." But I could see Mark clear as day. We drove to the fruit stand at the end of the road, and I rushed inside to tell the older woman there about the crash. "There's a car wrapped around the tree by the curve," I said. "The driver, Mark, is dead. We need to call the police." The woman gave me a strange look. "That accident didn't just happen," she said quietly. "It happened days ago, around 4 a.m. My husband and I heard it. We knew it was a crash. He went out to look but couldn't find anything in the dark. He found the wreck in daylight. The driver, Mark, had already passed." I was stunned. "Mark?" I repeated. "I used to take care of him when he was a baby." The woman nodded. "Yes, that's his name." Later, I called my sister to ask if she'd heard about Mark. She confirmed everything. He had lost control of his car on the curve during a rainstorm, skidded over the guardrail, and crashed into the tree. The impact was so severe that every bone in his body was broken. He hadn't been wearing a seatbelt and likely died instantly. After learning this, every time I drove down that road at night, I saw the wreck, Mark's car still wrapped around the tree, his figure hanging out. By day, I felt the crash before I even reached the curve, a wave of nausea overtaking me until I passed the tree. Then, as if a spell had lifted, the sick feeling would vanish. I later investigated the crash site more closely. What I had seen, Mark hanging from the wreck, matched the description of how his body was found. He wasn't slumped over inside the car but pinned beneath it, his body partially visible. Years have passed, but that curve remains etched in my memory. The road itself feels heavy with tragedy, and the marks on the tree still serve as a somber reminder of the young life lost there. I'm new to sharing this kind of story, so I'll do my best to explain everything from the beginning. I'm 27 now, and throughout my life, I've had some terrifying and strange experiences that make me wonder if I'm haunted or if I'm just overly paranoid. For as long as I can remember, I've seen things, fleeting images, shadows shaped like people, but only out of the corner of my eye. I've never looked directly at them. I'll catch something moving in the hallway or see a figure rush past behind me when I'm standing in front of a mirror. I also hear strange noises, voices laughing or talking when no one is around, footsteps when I'm home alone, or even when I know my husband and son are fast asleep. Growing up, my family was unique. My mom and her sisters were deeply interested in the spiritual world. They'd hold seances, read tarot cards, and go on walks searching for missing people in the area. It seemed like young girls went missing in our town more often than I'd like to think about, and my family would feel compelled to look for clues, pieces of clothing, jewelry, or anything unusual. I remember one particular time when we went deep into the woods near an abandoned schoolhouse. There, we came across what looked like an occult setup, a circle made of branches and sticks, filled with animal bones, skulls that seemed to belong to sheep or cattle, even though those animals weren't common in our town. Sometimes we'd find torn clothing, a single shoe, or a piece of jewelry. None of it ever led anywhere conclusive, but it always left us wondering, what happened here? My mom and aunts taught me to trust my instincts and feelings. They said I had a strong ability to pick up on things. During their seances, someone, often me or one of my cousins, would take Polaroid photos while they prayed and meditated. We'd study the pictures afterward and usually find something unusual. Faces in the background, shapes in the curtains or windows, or even strange words. It was unsettling but also strangely fascinating. For years, this was just a part of life. The photos and experiences didn't necessarily add up to anything concrete, but they left us with haunting questions. Who are these faces? What do these words mean? Could they be connected to the disappearances? Over the past decade, I've taken a different path. I've found faith in God and stepped away from the spiritual practices my family engaged in. I don't think my family is bad or evil, but I came to believe that things like seances, Ouija boards, and tarot cards weren't aligned with my faith. I still love them deeply, but I've chosen to live differently. Despite this, I can't seem to escape the feelings or experiences. I see things in the most unexpected places: clouds, trees, photos. Faces, words, deformed figures, or even devilish-looking shapes will suddenly stand out to me. It's terrifying. On top of that, I sometimes feel a presence around me, like something or someone is nearby, watching, walking, or even laughing. The TV and stereo in our house will randomly turn on or off, and I'll hear the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the front door lock or the doorknob twisting. Yet, when I check, no one is there. Our 2 cats also act strange. At times, they'll tear through the house as if something invisible is chasing them. Other times, they'll stop whatever they're doing, freeze, and stare at an empty spot on the wall or ceiling, like they're watching something we can't see. I've always enjoyed the thrill of scary movies, ghost stories, or haunted houses, when I'm with other people. The adrenaline rush is fun, but when I'm alone, these experiences aren't exciting. They're unsettling. They make me wonder if what I've been experiencing my whole life isn't just my imagination but something very real. Back in 1993, I was living in Santa Barbara and found myself unemployed. After months of job searching with no luck, I started visiting local temp agencies. Out of the 7 in town, the first 6 turned me down, saying my engineering degree made me overqualified for their positions. None of them even took my resume. However, the 7th agency not only welcomed me but gave me a job. Later, I discovered the agency was run by 2 women with strong psychic abilities, and many of their employees had similar gifts. Through this agency, I befriended a girl who was a powerful psychic. She could tell me exactly what I'd had for breakfast, or what would be in my mail when I got home, freaky stuff like that. At the time, I was into using a Ouija board, which she also loved. She had a specially made board, round, wooden, and beautifully decorated. It was more like a piece of art. This girl's life story was unusual. She believed that in every one of her past lives she had been killed by the same evil spirit, a jealous one, because of her relationship with her soulmate. In each incarnation, she was killed with the same jeweled dagger. In this life, she claimed to have identified both her soulmate and the evil spirit. Strangely enough, the spirit and her soulmate were married to each other in this lifetime. She even had a photo of them, and the woman in the photo was wearing a jeweled dagger on her belt. One night, we were using her Ouija board and talking to her guardian angel. Suddenly, the board was taken over by an evil spirit. It started swearing at us and making threats. We decided to stop and call it a night. It was about 2 a.m., and as we talked about what had happened, I offered to help her spiritually in any way I could to save her from her fate. She thanked me, and I left. I had barely taken 10 steps outside her door when I suddenly heard someone scream in my ear. The sound was like someone rushing past me. It started faint, got loud, then faded away. Startled, I spun around, but no one was there. It was dead silent in the apartment complex. Terrified, I ran back to her door and told her what had happened. We brought out the board again to ask her guardian angel for confirmation. The board spelled out, "Don't help her, you jerk!" Now I was terrified, thinking her evil spirit was coming after me. My friend tried to calm me down and told me she would ask her guardian angel to accompany me home to protect me. I wasn't entirely convinced but agreed. As I drove home, something incredible happened. While I was on the freeway, a man appeared in the passenger seat of my car. He looked to be about 35, with blonde hair, wearing a red plaid shirt and blue jeans. He turned toward me, smiled, waved, and then disappeared. I was surprisingly calm and thought, wow, her guardian angel really did follow me home. When I got to my apartment and parked, the man appeared again, this time sitting cross-legged on the hood of my car. He smiled and waved at me before vanishing again. The next morning, something even stranger happened. While I was taking a shower, 2 eyeballs appeared in the wall, looked around briefly, and disappeared. That freaked me out, mainly because I was naked in the shower. After that, I never saw the man in red plaid again, and nothing bad ever happened to me regarding the evil spirit. When people ask if I was scared seeing him while driving at 70 miles per hour, I tell them no. Every time he appeared, I felt calm and at peace, like I was completely safe. It was an unforgettable experience. In late September 2006, I visited my friend Mike's house in New Jersey. Mike's house had always been rumored to be haunted by him and his family, and I'd experienced something strange there myself about 10 to 12 years ago. Back then, Mike and I were kids exploring his dark, cluttered basement. We were looking at the antiques and old items when we noticed clothes near the washer and dryer moving on their own. Thinking it was his brother, Mike grabbed a plastic bat to scare him, but when we approached, the clothes stopped moving, and no one was there. Terrified, we ran back toward the stairs, but a large painting, which had been facing backward, suddenly blocked our way. Together, we moved it aside and bolted upstairs. When we told his mom, she believed it was the work of the ghosts in their house. After that experience, I avoided Mike's basement and rarely visited his house. Years later, Mike and I reconnected, and I found myself back at his house regularly. Nothing unusual happened until the events of this past September. One evening, I was upstairs in Mike's room with him and our friend Val. It was a peaceful setting. He had a large fish tank and mellow music playing on his TV's visualizer. We were chatting, and the topic of ghosts came up. Mike even reminded me about the incident in his basement years ago, but oddly, I couldn't remember the painting blocking the stairs. I think I must have blocked that part out. As we talked, I started feeling strange. The room seemed darker, and I felt disconnected from my body, like I was falling backward. It was as if I was on the verge of passing out or caught in a foggy, spacey feeling. Panicking, I told Mike and Val that something wasn't right. My heart was racing, and I was scared I might be dying. Mike tried to calm me down, telling me to close my eyes and breathe. Reluctantly, I did, and that's when it happened. I started seeing visions. I saw myself as a young boy sitting on a wooden dock. My feet were dangling near an open gate, and a small black book with a latch lay nearby. The lake outside was calm, and everything seemed serene. But I felt a strong pull toward the book, even though it felt dangerous. Tears started streaming down my face, though I wasn't actually sad. My body was reacting on its own. I grabbed a piece of paper, closed my eyes, and began drawing what I was seeing. The image was of a schoolboy wearing an old-fashioned uniform and a hat with a ribbon. I felt this was the early 1900s, and the boy's name was Josh or James. The drawing was detailed and even lined up perfectly when I folded the sheets of paper together. It felt like my hand was being guided by some magnetic force, and when I placed the pen in my palm, it spun slowly on its own. I was fascinated but also deeply unnerved. The next day, I returned to Mike's house, and this time, another friend, Wes, joined us. As we hung out, I tried to tap into the strange feelings again. Soon, I felt my right side drooping, like something was wrong with my face. Val noticed my eyes had changed color, and I started saying things I didn't remember. I felt myself slipping further out of control as if something else was taking over. It spoke through me, addressing Val directly and mentioning her grandfather, who had saved 2 girls from freezing waters and earned a medal for his bravery. Val started crying, realizing it was her grandfather connecting with her through me. I became less myself, talking in the third person and reassuring everyone that Kevin, me, was okay. My body was cold, and I felt like I was in icy water, but I also felt an overwhelming love for Val, as if it came from her grandfather. Later, we ventured downstairs into the house. Walking through the dining room and past Mike's step-grandfather's old room, I felt strong energy all around me. In the living room and dining room, I waved my hands over certain spots, feeling magnetic pulls. Wes joked that the energy was asking us to clean up the house. Strangely, I agreed. It felt like that's exactly what it wanted. The most chilling moment came when I pointed to a specific spot on the floor. I felt an intense emotion whenever I mentioned it. I even heard a whisper call Mike's name, which both he and I heard clearly. Mike was shaken, and his cousin, interested in the paranormal, rushed over to help. We eventually entered the basement, guided by the spot from upstairs. The area beneath it was Mike's step-grandfather's old tool room. As we explored, I felt short of breath, as if reliving the grandfather's final moments. Pointing to wires and fishing poles in the dark, I suddenly heard a voice from behind me, calmly stating, "It's a phone wire." The voice terrified me, and I bolted upstairs, screaming. That night ended with me feeling emotionally drained. But as we sat on the porch, I felt the presence of Val's grandfather once more, offering warmth and comfort. I also sensed my own deceased grandparents near me. Their presence was calming, and I knew they were watching over me. After leaving, I went to a brightly lit store to shake off the eerie feelings. Darkness seemed to amplify everything, and the light made me feel more grounded. Val stayed with me that night because I was too scared to sleep alone. The next morning, I shared the story with my mom and mentioned seeing my grandmother near her as she slept. My mom was startled but believed me, especially since she had experienced similar things in her youth. My name is Janet, and this is a small part of my journey. To clarify, this is just one story among many. I've been experiencing paranormal events since I was 4 years old, but that's a tale for another time. Let's focus on this story. The year was 2004, and the place was Orland, California. My husband and I had just moved there from Salinas. On our very first night in the new house, we were too exhausted to set up all the furniture, so we decided to sleep in the front room. It was just the 2 of us in the house. My husband fell into a deep sleep almost instantly, but I lay awake, still adjusting to our new home. Then it happened. Out of nowhere, I heard the gut-wrenching wailing of a woman. It was so loud, it felt as though it was coming from inside the house. My heart raced as I shook my husband, trying to wake him, but he wouldn't stir. Determined, I got up and checked the entire house. I even went outside to see if the sound was coming from somewhere nearby, but everything was silent. I realized that the sound had definitely come from inside. When I returned to the house, the crying suddenly stopped. I tried waking my husband again, and this time he woke up immediately. That's when I began to understand. I wasn't alone in this house. It was haunted. For the next 2 months, things seemed calm. Or so I thought. Small, odd occurrences started to catch my attention. Cupboards left open that I knew I'd closed, objects disappearing only to reappear later, and the uneasy behavior of my pets, who seemed to sense something I couldn't see. Then, on my birthday, I received a voice recorder. As a spiritual person, I thought it would be a good way to connect with family members who had passed on. Little did I know, the voices I would capture were far from familiar. I began recording at night while my family slept. The first time I listened back, I heard an ominous voice that made the hair on my neck stand up. I had captured an EVP, electronic voice phenomenon. Intrigued, and maybe a little addicted, I started recording every night. What I discovered was chilling. I wasn't dealing with just one ghost. There were multiple voices, and I could feel their presences, a man, a woman, and a child. Then things escalated. My daughter began receiving scratches on her body. She was tripped, pushed, and to my horror, the entities even tried to take control of her. It was no longer just a haunting, it had become dangerous. That's when I knew I needed help. Even though I wasn't Catholic, I turned to the Catholic Church. A priest came to bless the house, but instead of calming the spirits, it seemed to provoke them. The activity intensified, becoming more frequent and aggressive. I noticed the shift from a benign presence to something more malevolent, and I blamed myself. I had confronted the spirits in anger, yelling and cursing at them. My emotions swung from rage to pleading as I alternated between demanding they leave and asking for higher spiritual assistance. I even told them to leave my daughter alone and focus their attention on me instead. This went on for months until my family and I had enough. We decided to leave the house, and the town, behind. But the entities had other plans. They followed us. Since then, we've moved to 2 different cities, and the hauntings have continued. For a long time, I was scared and combative. But as time passed, I sought guidance through books, spiritual classes, and education on hauntings. I embraced my abilities as a medium, something I had always suspected but never fully explored. I began communicating with the spirits and made an effort to cohabitate with them. Once I shifted my approach, the malevolence began to subside. This is neither the beginning nor the end of my story, but it's an important chapter. I've learned that experiencing a haunting doesn't mean you have to be a victim. There are ways to take back your power, and if I can do it, anyone can. My name is Janet, and I've had countless paranormal experiences throughout my life. Some close friends, including my husband, believe I might have psychic abilities. I'd like to share a few of these experiences with you, starting with the most recent. Earlier this week, I had a vivid dream about my grandfather, who passed away in 2004. In the dream, he was holding my newborn son, even though I'm still pregnant, and I was fully aware he was a spirit. The next day, my grandmother, his ex-wife, suffered a severe stroke and was rushed to the hospital. I can't help but feel that my grandfather visited me to forewarn me and to let me know he'll be watching over his great-grandson when he arrives. Beyond my psychic experiences, I've always believed in the supernatural and have spent years learning about it. The home my husband and I currently live in is haunted. He's lived here longer and has shared stories about light bulbs repeatedly blowing out, or seeing a dark shadow move behind him. I didn't experience anything myself until the second day after moving in. That day, I was feeling exhausted and decided to take a nap. Our bed was positioned near the doorway, so I wouldn't know who was entering until they walked in. As I was lying there, I heard a car door slam in our driveway. I thought it was strange since we weren't expecting anyone. Then, the side door opened, and I distinctly heard footsteps in the kitchen. At first, I thought it was a burglar. Frozen with fear, I stayed in bed, waiting for the footsteps to stop. When they did, I grabbed a heavy object and cautiously went to check the kitchen, only to find it completely empty. I hadn't heard the door close again, so whoever, or whatever, it was hadn't left the house. Shaken, I returned to bed and tried to distract myself with a prenatal book. A while later, I heard the side door open again and footsteps walk toward my bedroom. They stopped right outside the doorway. Terrified, I froze, unable to move or speak. My cat suddenly jumped off the bed, ran into the hallway, and stared intently into the bathroom next to the room. I was so scared that I called my husband at work. He just laughed and said, "I was wondering when you'd experience something." Since then, I've seen dark shadows in my peripheral vision and experienced strange occurrences. Items disappearing and reappearing in odd places. It's unnerving, but I'm getting used to it. Before meeting my husband, I worked as a maid for Merry Maids, and a few houses left a lasting impression on me. One house belonged to an elderly man who had lost his wife years earlier. While cleaning, I often felt like someone was watching me. I asked my cleaning partner if he had pets, and she said no. Every time I vacuumed or cleaned, I felt a presence. I told my partner, and she admitted she'd gotten bad vibes from the house too, though she'd never experienced anything like what I described. I felt like his late wife didn't approve of my presence, as if she wanted the house left alone. Another time, back when I was in high school, I experienced strange events at my parents' home. It was a small house built in the late 1970s, and my family was only the second or third to live there. I never expected anything paranormal, but one day, I was reading in the living room when I heard a man and a woman bickering in the kitchen doorway, just 6 feet away from me. The voices were muffled, like a recording, but very close. My dog started barking and growling at the empty space. I checked the house for a TV or radio left on, but nothing was running. A few months later, another incident happened. My dad had just left for work, and I was home alone, searching for shoes in my closet. Suddenly, I heard the heavy footsteps of his work boots walking down the hallway. The steps headed toward the den, and the door slammed shut with a loud bang. I called out, "Dad, did you forget something?" but got no reply. After a few minutes, I checked the den, only to find it empty. His truck was gone, and he hadn't come back. The den window was closed, so there was no draft to explain the door slamming. Me at different locations since I was 21. I've come to believe that I might be somewhat psychic and that unknown entities reach out to me when the time or place is right. These interactions usually manifest as subtle signs, like lights or TVs turning on and off, or objects being moved. I've also had dreams that felt like videos of real events, such as a plane crash I saw before it happened and witnessing a friend's car accident through his eyes as it occurred. This particular story takes place in the apartment I shared with my first ex-husband. It was a 2-story townhouse, with the main living space upstairs and the bedroom downstairs. The bedroom felt a bit like a basement since you had to go down a few steps to get to it. A short, lighted hallway lined with closets connected the bedroom to the downstairs bathroom. One evening, my ex was getting ready to go out with a coworker named Scratch. I had always felt uneasy about Scratch. There was something about him that gave me a bad vibe, and the stories my ex told me about their workplace only added to my discomfort. As my ex brushed his teeth, talking about their plans, I stood in the hallway, arms crossed, feeling a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, movement above caught my attention. I ducked just as the hallway light globe dropped from the fixture and shattered midair, with large shards of glass falling straight down. Strangely, the light bulb itself remained intact and lit. Both of us froze, staring at the glass. What was even odder was how neatly the glass landed in a pile on the floor. It wasn't scattered at all. The round rim of the globe was still completely intact. My ex had to leave shortly after, and I cleaned up the mess while trying to rationalize what had just happened. I convinced myself it must have been a hairline fracture in the glass, which gave way due to the heat of the bulb. It was the only explanation that made sense. That night, I went to bed and fell asleep quickly. A few hours later, my ex crawled into bed and told me that Scratch was sleeping on the couch upstairs because he had too much to drink. I nodded and went back to sleep, but was later awakened by the sound of our sliding glass door opening upstairs. The door led to a patio with a path to the parking lot. Too tired to investigate, I drifted back to sleep. The next day, my ex came home from work with a strange story. Some coworkers claimed they saw our car out late the night before near the airport, in a situation that looked suspicious, as if someone was soliciting or dealing drugs. My ex denied it was him, saying he had been home asleep. However, when he checked the car after work, he found items inside that hadn't been there before. I remembered the sound of the sliding glass door, and realized Scratch must have taken our car while we were asleep. He must have grabbed the keys from the kitchen and used the car for his own purposes. That's when everything clicked. I grabbed a small step ladder and checked the hallway light fixture. Just as I suspected, the screws holding the globe in place were still fully tightened. I had changed the bulb myself weeks earlier and had carefully secured the screws to avoid chipping the rim. There was no way the globe could have fallen out on its own. It had been a deliberate sign, a warning about Scratch. I told my ex what I'd realized and urged him not to go out with Scratch again. He agreed. A few days later, Scratch was fired from work for theft. We never saw him again. Looking back, I'm convinced that whatever force was behind that shattered globe was trying to protect us. It warned us to stay away from Scratch, and I'm grateful we listened. In my culture, the Hmong people, we believe that dreams can be signs of good or bad things to come. One common belief is that if a parent dreams about their teeth falling out, it's a warning to watch over their children because something bad might happen. Before my father-in-law passed away, I had a dream 2 nights before he went to the hospital. In the dream, I was standing in the middle of a road in a place I didn't recognize. Far in the distance, I saw 2 women in white dresses walking toward me, pushing what looked like a hospital bed. As they got closer, I could see someone lying on the bed, but I couldn't make out who it was. When they were right in front of me, I saw the face of a young man. He looked familiar, like someone I'd seen before, but I couldn't place him. One of the women spoke. "We're only bringing him for you to see one last time." Then they turned and walked away, taking the man with them, and I woke up. That same night, around 10 p.m., my mother-in-law knocked loudly on our bedroom door, shouting for me to call 911. She said my father-in-law was having severe stomach pain and couldn't breathe. At the time, I was 7 months pregnant, so I moved as quickly as I could to open the door and check on him. When I entered their bedroom, he was sitting on the edge of the bed. He looked fine to me. He was breathing and talking, but he said he felt pain in his stomach and was struggling to catch his breath. I asked if he wanted me to call an ambulance, and he said yes. I wasn't sure he needed to go to the hospital, but I didn't argue. I called 911, and the paramedics arrived within minutes. They examined him, asked some questions, and then put him on a gurney to take him to the hospital. Since my mother-in-law doesn't speak English, I rode in the ambulance with him. On the way to the hospital, he looked at me and said in Hmong, "Nayab, daughter-in-law, I'm very thirsty. Do they have water here?" I asked the paramedics, but they said he couldn't have water yet. I explained this to him, and he seemed frustrated. When we arrived at the hospital, they transferred him to a room and checked his vitals. He sat up on the bed and asked me again for water. I promised to ask the nurses. By then, my mother-in-law and sister-in-law had arrived, followed shortly by my husband. My father-in-law sat there talking to us like nothing was wrong, except for his repeated requests for water. The nurse finally offered him ice chips, but he refused. He only wanted water. Later, the staff moved him to another room for tests. Hours passed, and he didn't return. When the nurse finally came back, she said he had been moved to the ICU because his kidneys weren't functioning properly. Confused, I explained this to my mother-in-law, who couldn't understand how he had gone from talking and alert to being in intensive care. When we were allowed to visit him, he was on life support. He wasn't moving, and when my mother-in-law called out to him and begged him to squeeze her hand, there was no response. We all cried, not understanding how he had deteriorated so quickly. We stayed by his side for 2 nights and 3 days. On the 3rd day, the doctors told us he wouldn't wake up and advised us to gather the family to say goodbye. We decided to take him off life support. Everyone dressed him in traditional Hmong clothes, and we stood around his bed as the nurse removed the tubes and equipment. My husband and his brother held their father in their arms while we watched the monitor. The numbers dropped until there was nothing left but a flat line. Everyone cried uncontrollably. I felt immense guilt for not being able to give him the water he had asked for so many times. At that moment, my mother-in-law suddenly lost her voice. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. Before the funeral, we took her to see a shaman, who explained that my father-in-law had been so thirsty before he passed that it had affected her. The shaman said she needed to pour 3 drops of water into his mouth during the funeral to restore her voice. The day before the funeral, my mother-in-law and I were looking through old photos of my father-in-law to use at the service. I found a black and white photo of a young man who looked strangely familiar. I stared at the picture, trying to place him. Then it hit me. He was the man from my dream. I asked my mother-in-law who the man was. In a soft whisper, she said, "That's your father-in-law when he was younger." I don't know exactly when I started smelling ghosts. As a child, I often caught scents no one else could: onions cooking, flowers blooming in the middle of winter, unfamiliar perfumes, despite my mom's allergy to perfume, and sometimes even the smell of apple pie in the middle of the night. Back then, I chalked it up to my imagination because that's what everyone told me it was. As I got older, my interest in the paranormal grew, and I learned I wasn't alone in experiencing these phantom smells. It's called clairalience, a form of mediumship where you sense spirits through smell. Over the years, I've had many experiences, but I'll share a few of the most memorable ones here. When I lived in the house where my Christmas ghost story began, I often smelled an earthy, campfire-like scent, even in the middle of summer when lighting a fire in the Mojave Desert would be madness. After we moved to another house, I sometimes caught the scent of burnt roses, like a rose-scented candle that had just been snuffed out. This year, on my dad's birthday, Father's Day, and the anniversary of his passing, I smelled Old Spice, the aftershave he always used. My husband doesn't use it, and we didn't have any visitors, so the scent was unmistakably tied to him. In February or March, I began waking up to the sweet smell of cherry blossoms. It happened nightly for a couple of weeks, and I couldn't find the source. I sniffed everything, the sheets, my pajamas, even the dog, but nothing explained it. It was too early in the year for blossoms, so I wandered the house in the middle of the night, sometimes on my hands and knees, sniffing the carpets. Still, no explanation. One night, while staying up late, I had an experience I'll never forget. I had just dozed off around 2:07 a.m., lying on my stomach, arm above my head. Suddenly, I heard 2 men laughing outside, along with the bark of a small dog. Groggy, I got up to investigate, and my chihuahua followed me. As I watched him, I noticed small black blobs darting around, playing with him. Shadow puppies, I thought to myself, stumbling through the hall as they frolicked. When I reached the living room, the blobs were everywhere, on the furniture, running around, causing chaos. Frustrated, I yelled, "How many of you are there?" Out of nowhere, I felt a small child slam into my stomach and wrap their arms around me. I looked down to see the top of a child's head pressed into my arm as I stroked their hair. "Who are you?" I asked. The name, Roshan, or something similar came to mind. "Roxanne?" I asked. The moment I spoke the name, I woke up, still lying in bed in the same position. The clock read 2:16 a.m. The next day, I researched a name related to Roxanne, and discovered a heartbreaking story. A young girl had been lured from her bed by a family friend, who promised she could play with his puppy. Tragically, she was abducted, assaulted, and murdered. Her body was found under dead blackberry brambles in a scrubby area. I realized I had smelled blackberry blossoms in the days leading up to the experience. More recently, while cutting my hair in the bathroom, I started noticing a terrible odor. It grew so strong that I gagged and had to turn on the exhaust fan, but the smell lingered for hours. It didn't make sense. There was no trash, no drain cleaner, and no one had used the other bathroom. My son and daughter came over, and we went out for errands. By the time we returned, the smell was gone. Later that night, my husband noticed something strange. The door to the hot water heater closet outside was wide open, even though it has a slide bar lock. The pilot light was out, but no one had been working on the gas lines. There wasn't any wind that day, and the dogs, who would normally alert us to strangers, had slept through it all. These events have left me with more questions than answers, but one thing is clear: there's something out there that we don't fully understand. Whether it's through smells, dreams, or strange occurrences, I feel like the spirits find ways to connect. I just wish I always knew what they were trying to say. My boyfriend and I were searching for a new apartment because the one we lived in was too close to the highway and far too noisy. One day, we attended an open house in a neighborhood we loved. The apartment seemed perfect. While my boyfriend chatted with the elderly landlord, I wandered around, mentally decorating the space as I always do. When I reached the bedroom, I was delighted to see that the closet took up an entire wall. The room was bright and airy, with sunlight streaming in through the open window to my left. Curious about the storage space, I walked over to open the closet doors. As soon as I touched the doorknobs, an image flashed in my mind. It was like being caught in a vivid daydream where you're staring off into space, unaware of what's actually in front of you. But this was different. I hadn't invited this image into my mind. What I saw was shocking. A man from the waist up, drenched in so much blood that his features were completely unrecognizable. Either that, or he had been skinned, and what I saw was bare muscle. I gasped and quickly let go of the closet door. My first thought was to rationalize. I must have been watching too many crime shows, right? Trying to shake off the image, I opened the next set of closet doors, but they were empty. Still, I couldn't shake the unease, so I said, "Hello?" to the seemingly empty room. Then I walked back to the living room where my boyfriend was still deep in conversation with the landlord. I didn't listen to their conversation because I was too distracted. When I glanced back down the hallway toward the bedroom, I didn't see anyone physically standing there, but in my mind's eye, I could clearly picture a man standing in the hallway. He wasn't angry or threatening, he just seemed curious, as if wondering who I was and why I had noticed him. But I didn't feel curious about him in return, just uncomfortable. Despite my feelings, my boyfriend loved the apartment. He was excited about it, and I didn't want to spoil his mood. I told him I wasn't comfortable in the space but didn't explain why. That night, I had a dream about the bedroom. Everything was in black and white, completely silent. The sunlight streamed in just as it had earlier, but the stillness was unsettling. The next morning, I told my boyfriend what had happened but added that if he really wanted the apartment, I would try to push my feelings aside. Part of me hoped I was just overreacting or imagining things. Later, I was with him when he called the landlord to confirm we'd take the apartment. The conversation was casual at first, but at one point, my boyfriend suddenly gave me a sharp look. When he hung up, he told me the landlord had just mentioned something unexpected. Legally, he had to disclose that someone had died in the apartment. A man had passed away there after having a heart attack. Hearing this, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man I sensed in the hallway had been the one who died. I tried to convince myself to stay open-minded and understanding, but deep down, I knew I couldn't live there with the presence of a ghost. My boyfriend, even though he doesn't believe in ghosts, didn't want me to feel uneasy in our home. In the end, I asked him to call the landlord back and let him know we wouldn't be taking the apartment after all. For years, I've doubted and questioned my own visions, feelings, and experiences. I overanalyze everything, trying to find logical explanations to discredit what I've seen. It's scary to admit these things to anyone because people often call me crazy. Maybe I've thought about it all so much that I've driven myself crazy. Still, these experiences are real to me, too vivid and consistent to ignore. The house I live in now, in Cuyahoga Falls, is over 100 years old, and it is undeniably haunted. But my story doesn't begin here. These experiences started long before I moved to this town. The first strange event happened years ago, and while more psychic than paranormal, it feels like the beginning of something bigger, something that stayed with me. One night, while driving, I saw a deer on the side of the road. I looked into its eyes, and suddenly it felt like I was pulled into someone else's mind. I was no longer myself. I was in a semi-truck driver's body, seeing what he saw. I felt his panic as he raised his arms to shield his face. I saw the deer and more of them standing in the road ahead. Then, everything went dark, and sorrow filled me. When I came back to myself, I was sitting in my car, knowing I had just witnessed the last moments of that truck driver's life. 2 days later, I read about a fatal accident on Route 250. A semi-truck driver had swerved to avoid deer and rolled his truck. I knew it was what I had seen. These psychic flashes don't happen often, and I don't want them to. They aren't controllable or intentional, and honestly, I wouldn't want the responsibility of such a gift even if I could use it at will. My life is stressful enough without taking on the problems of strangers. But what scares me more than the visions are the ghosts. It doesn't matter where I go, ghosts always seem to find me. They've followed me from house to house, and once, one even came home with me. I've always been terrified of them. I never talk to them or try to engage, even though I can sense them clearly. I've tried to convince myself that I'm imagining things or dreaming, but deep down, I know the truth. 2 years ago, I moved from a house in Cuyahoga Falls, not far from downtown. My first encounter there was unforgettable. I was in the basement bathroom, leaning over the sink, washing my face. Suddenly, I felt someone grab my butt. My first thought was that my boyfriend had come home early, but when I looked in the mirror, there was no one there. I searched behind the door, checked the house, even looked in on the kids, who were still asleep. No one else was home. Shaken, I sat on the porch until my boyfriend returned. He didn't fully believe me, but he could see how scared I was. That ghost wasn't malicious, though. It seemed more like a prankster. Random objects would appear in the middle of the floor when no one else was around. Things would go missing for days and then reappear exactly where they had been left. I named him Bernie. I don't know why. Maybe he told me his name in some unspoken way. Sometimes, I'd tell Bernie to stop scaring me, and he'd go quiet for a week or two. Then, one day, he just didn't come back. Another encounter happened when I visited the Mansfield Reformatory for a Halloween haunted house. The whole time, I felt an overwhelming, eerie presence. As I walked in, there was a force telling me not to enter, but I ignored it. The building itself, not the haunted house props, was what terrified me. I felt deep sadness as I walked down one hallway, almost as if I knew where I was going even though I had never been there before. On the car ride home, I sat silently, staring out the window. Suddenly, I wasn't myself anymore. My reflection wasn't mine, it was that of a black man, sitting in a white van, staring at bright blue skies and lush green grass. I felt his sadness and fear, and I knew he was heading towards something terrible. Then, I was in a prison cell, high above the ground. Light filtered weakly through a small window. I felt his pain and saw his bloodied arm hanging through the bars. I knew he was dying. In my head I told him, "It's okay. It's over now. You can be free." I heard a deep whispered, "Thank you?" Suddenly, I could move and speak again. I know I wasn't dreaming. He had used me to find peace and leave the prison where his soul had been trapped. Now, in my current home, the activity has only intensified. Downtown Cuyahoga Falls is steeped in history, from Native American settlements to stories of horrific murders nearby. My house feels heavy with negative energy. I've heard a child laughing and screaming. Sometimes, I feel something following me up the stairs, so strongly that I often run. I've seen figures standing in my room, only to watch them disappear moments later. The most terrifying experiences happen when I'm trying to sleep. One night, while lying on the couch, I saw a little girl in an old-fashioned dress standing over me with an axe. I couldn't move or scream, even though I could hear the TV and feel my daughter sitting next to me. She said later that she saw me struggling, trying to yell but unable to. Another time, I saw a man in old farming clothes standing in my bedroom. His face was emotionless, but I could feel his anger. I was paralyzed as he pressed down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. Only after praying to God was I finally released. Last night, I had proof that these events aren't dreams or hallucinations. I was lying in bed, wide awake, watching TV. Suddenly, I felt a heavy weight pressing down on me. I couldn't move, and a deafening humming filled my ears. The presence was close, radiating anger. I tried to move, to speak, to scream, but nothing worked. The show continued playing, the clock read 12:41, and I knew I was awake. I prayed and begged for it to stop. Finally, the weight lifted. When I looked at the clock again, it was 12:42. Terrified, I grabbed my phone, too scared to move. I finally ran downstairs to my boyfriend, but he just laughed when I tried to explain. I know he doesn't believe me, but I can't deny what's happening. These experiences are real, and they're getting stronger. I graduated high school in 1967, just as the Vietnam War was escalating. Many of us, including one of my classmates, Bill, were soon drawn into military service. Bill joined the Marine Corps and became a local hero, and a heartbreaking symbol, by being the first from our class to be killed in action. Bill was a funny, likable guy, and while I considered him a friend, we weren't especially close. We didn't live in the same neighborhood or hang out outside of school, though we shared a few classes and spent time together during the school day. We knew little about each other's personal lives, yet, for reasons I can't fully explain, memories of him have haunted me throughout the years. In 1969, 2 years after we graduated, I was serving in the military when my mom wrote to me with the news Bill had been killed in Vietnam. Later, I learned he had been the point man on a patrol when his platoon was ambushed. The loss saddened me deeply, and I often thought of him, praying that he was at peace. Over time, though, those memories became occasional, surfacing only when something reminded me of him. Years passed, and then one night, I was jolted awake by a vivid dream, or perhaps a nightmare, of Bill. What was strange was that in the dream, I wasn't myself. I was Bill, seeing the world through his eyes. I was walking point on a jungle patrol, scared, sweating in the heat, exhausted, and praying to survive. Every step was careful, my weapon ready, but I was overwhelmed by the misery and the endless fear. For a fleeting moment, I felt like an old man trapped in a 19-year-old's body. As I rounded a bend in the trail, a Viet Cong soldier appeared out of nowhere, his weapon aimed directly at me. For a split second, I had an odd, almost reflexive urge to greet him with a smile or a wave, but there was no time. He fired. I heard the shots and felt the impact of the bullets slamming into my chest. At that exact moment, I woke up, my heart racing, confused and terrified, thinking, what just happened? At first, I dismissed it as a weird dream. But when it happened again, a second, third, and fourth time, I couldn't ignore it. Each time, the dream was identical, so realistic it left me shaken. I began to wonder, was Bill trying to show me how he died? Was there something he wanted me to know? Why me and not someone closer to him? Was it my imagination, or was I losing my mind? For years I hadn't had Bill's dream. Then, while attending college, I got a part-time job mowing grass at our local national cemetery. I knew Bill had been buried there, but I didn't know exactly where. I made a mental note to find his grave someday. One afternoon, I was mowing a hillside near the flagpole at the center of the cemetery. To pass the time, I read the headstones, occasionally recognizing names of people I knew. As I pulled the mower backward, I stumbled over a headstone. When I turned to read it, my heart skipped a beat. It was Bill's. Out of more than 58,000 graves, I had accidentally tripped over his. I turned off the mower, needing a moment to process what had just happened. The odds of stumbling upon his grave, while he was on my mind, felt astronomical. Standing there, I noticed graves of others I had known from school and my old neighborhood. The whole experience felt surreal. That night, for the first time in years, I had Bill's dream again. Years later, my wife and I visited the Vietnam Memorial Wall in Washington, D.C. I found Bill's name etched into the black granite, along with those of other friends and classmates. I used the provided paper and crayons to make rubbings of their names, which I later sent to their families. I wanted them to know that their loved ones were remembered. It's been a long time since I last had Bill's dream. To this day, I don't know if there's a deeper meaning behind these experiences, but I truly believe Bill reached out to me from the afterlife. Perhaps he wanted me to understand his final moments, or maybe he just wanted someone to remember him. So, to Bill, I say this: your life was far too short, but in the time you were here, you brought happiness to those who knew you. Your name is immortalized on the Vietnam Memorial, visited by people from all over the world. You live on in our memories, and it was an honor to have known you. Rest in peace, old friend. I hope to see you again someday. Last May, I took a trip to India with my family. Although I was born in Sri Lanka, the culture between the two countries is quite similar. However, growing up in Canada, the experience was still a huge culture shock for me. The most challenging part? The heat. It was unlike anything I'd ever experienced, especially in Chennai, where it felt like walking into a massive oven. Despite the stairs, I spent the entire trip in shorts and tank tops, trying to stay cool. Our trip had two main purposes. The first was for my brother. When he was 6 months old, he was diagnosed with asthma and suffered frequent, terrifying attacks while growing up. My mother made a vow to God that if my brother got better, she would take him to the Tirupati temple in Andhra Pradesh to have his head shaved as an offering. So, our first stop in Chennai was to fulfill that promise. The second reason was for me. 3.5 years ago, I was in a car accident that left me in constant pain along the entire left side of my body. I was prescribed medications, but they caused more harm than good, disrupting my hormones, stopping my periods, and leading to significant weight gain. A family friend in India suggested I try Ayurvedic herbal treatment at a center in Coimbatore. Skeptical but desperate, I agreed to give it a shot. When we reached the treatment center, I was introduced to my treating doctor. He was kind, gentle, and attentive, very different from most doctors I'd encountered in Canada. From the moment I met him, though, I felt something strange. It was a sensation, almost like an electric charge coursing through me. My hair stood on end, and I couldn't shake the feeling. When the doctor took my pulse during the consultation, he actually shocked himself. I dismissed it as nerves from the heat and new environment, but that sensation lingered every time he entered the room. The day I moved into the center, the electric charge returned as soon as the doctor visited to explain my treatment plan. The air in the room felt charged, and I couldn't help but glance repeatedly at the doorway, feeling like someone, or something, was standing there. The doctor noticed my discomfort and asked if I was all right. Embarrassed, I blamed it on adjusting to the heat. He left with a smile, but the charged feeling disappeared the moment he walked out. This pattern continued throughout the first week. No other doctor had the same effect on me, only him. In my second week, after an oil massage, I suddenly felt dizzy and nearly fainted. One of the massage therapists helped me to my room and insisted on calling my doctor. He checked on me multiple times that day, even asking my mom to bring apples to help with my sugar levels. Despite his care, every time he entered my room, the electric intensity increased tenfold. I couldn't ignore it any longer, and told him about the charged feeling I experienced when he was around and how I often felt like a child was standing by the doorway. He dismissed it as exhaustion from the treatments, but the sensation only grew stronger. That night, unable to concentrate on anything else, I sketched the image of a young girl, about 12 or 13 years old, who had been forming in my mind. I didn't know why, but I felt compelled to draw her. The next evening, a fellow patient saw my drawing and urged me to show it to the doctor. I hesitated, worried about his reaction, but she insisted. She even called him to visit my room before leaving for the night. When the doctor arrived and saw the drawing, his face went pale. Then, to my surprise, he became angry, accusing me of using a photo of the girl to create the sketch. Shocked and confused, I assured him the image had come entirely from my mind. He didn't believe me and stormed out, leaving me feeling guilty and distressed. The next morning, he returned to apologize for his reaction. He asked how I knew the girl and why I had drawn her. I explained everything, the electric charge, the visions, and how the treatment had lowered my mental barriers, making it easier for me to sense things. Finally, he opened up and shared the truth. Years ago, the doctor had been married to a woman he deeply loved. She struggled with bipolar disorder and was easily influenced by her family, who began feeding her lies that the doctor was unfaithful. When he adopted a young orphan girl named Priya to fulfill his dream of having children, his wife's family convinced her the child was his mistress's daughter. In a fit of rage, she locked herself and Priya in a room and set it on fire. Tragically, both died before anyone could save them. The doctor remarried 2 years later and built a new life with his second wife and children, but he carried immense guilt over Priya's death. He felt responsible for bringing her into an unstable home. When he saw my drawing, he thought I had somehow found the only photo of Priya that he had kept. I told him that Priya had been with him all along, attached to him in spirit, not out of anger, but because she loved him and wanted to protect him. Through tears, I explained that she was ready to move on but needed to know that he would be okay. As I spoke, I felt Priya's presence growing stronger, her love for him radiating in the room. Finally, I felt her leave, and the charged sensation disappeared. The doctor promised to bless his old home and help his first wife's spirit find peace. When I attended the blessing ceremony with his family, I could feel the difference. The heaviness was gone. Back in Canada now, I still keep in touch with the doctor and his family. He calls me part of their family, saying that I remind him of the daughter he lost. This experience was life-changing, not just for the doctor but for me as well. I will always remember Priya and the love that bridged the gap between their worlds. It's not every day you get to experience a ghost, or rather, feel one. No amount of books, movies, or stories can truly prepare you for the strange, personal moment when a foreign presence brushes against your mind. Throughout history, countless cultures have documented spirits, and in my Caribbean upbringing, tales of the supernatural were everywhere. Spirits walking among us, whispering to us, it was as natural as the sunrise. As a kid, I watched all the horror movies and listened to the spine-chilling stories passed down orally, tales that kept you up at night, jumping at every sound in the dark. But what I've experienced isn't like the terrifying possession scenes in movies like The Exorcist. No spinning heads or guttural growls. Instead, my connection to the spirit world is something else entirely. It's warm, tender, seductive, even. Nothing evil. Apparently, I'm what people call a medium. At least, that's the only explanation I've been able to come up with. For several years now, I've been channeling a spirit, a woman named Lydia. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I've had the same thoughts about myself. Crazy is probably the nicest word I've used to describe it. I've joked that I'll end up as one of those disheveled old men muttering to themselves on the street. Only instead of rambling nonsense, I'll be talking to Lydia. And what if those crazy people we've all laughed at before were actually talking to their own Lydias? Lydia isn't like the spirits channeled by famous mediums. I've read about Jane Roberts, who wrote books about the spirits as she channeled, or Esther Hicks, who channeled a collective spirit named Abraham. Those mediums bring wisdom to the world, grand philosophies about life and the universe. Lydia, though, doesn't come with any groundbreaking revelations. She's just here. With me. She's a striking presence in my mind, long black hair, vivid green eyes, a beauty that's impossible to ignore. It's hard to explain our connection. It's not like she chose me for some noble reason. I don't have divine messages to deliver or spiritual truths to share. It feels more like she chose me because she knew I would fall for her. And I did. I'm in love with Lydia, even though she's not of this world. My wife, as you can imagine, has had a hard time with this. She once asked me, "Why couldn't you just have an affair with a real person? Like a Russian hooker in Atlanta?" I didn't have an answer for her. Lydia's presence is intoxicating, but it's not physical or sexual. It's something far more innocent and pure. When she's near, it feels like the memory of a first kiss, sweet, tender, and slightly bittersweet. There's also an underlying sadness to her, a deep sense of loss. It's as if she's forgotten who she is and why she's here. I feel like she chose me because she knew I would do whatever it takes to help her find her way again. Her presence brings me back to one of the most innocent moments of my childhood. When I was 12, my brother was dating an older girl named Cheryl. She was beautiful, mature, and had this delightful laugh that seemed to light up the room. One day, after my brother left her house, I worked up the nerve to knock on her door. I had no idea what I was doing. All I managed to say was, "Can you kiss me?" Cheryl, amused and patient, told me to stand on a chair so I could reach her. She leaned down, and I felt the warmth of her lips on mine, a brief, innocent kiss. It wasn't love, but it was transformative. In that moment, I felt seen, valued, and connected to another person in a way I'd never experienced before. That's what Lydia feels like. Her presence is like that kiss, small, innocent, and filled with unspoken meaning. It's not sensual or romantic, but it's profound. She's not here to scare me or teach me cosmic truths. She's simply here, and in her presence, I feel an undeniable connection. I don't know what Lydia truly wants from me or why she chose me. Maybe I'll never know. But she's a part of me now, and helping her find peace feels like the least I can do. For now, I'll embrace her presence and the strange, beautiful ways she's changed my life. Everything I'm about to share is true. I've never told anyone the full story before. It may sound unbelievable, but it all happened to me. These experiences began when I was 14, and they stayed with me for over a decade. When I was living in New York, I started noticing strange things in my home. At night, I'd hear the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my room. I could feel the presence of something moving toward my door and into my room. The floor would creak exactly where I sensed it was standing. I always knew it wasn't a physical person, but I tried to ignore it. Over time, I developed an ability to sense when something paranormal was nearby. It's like an instinct that kicks in if I focus on it. Right now, as I type this, I can feel something watching me. The room has gotten hotter, and I'm sweating even though there's no reason for it. This happens often, and it's starting to become unbearable. What pushed me to write this tonight was an incident that just happened. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, but I couldn't. I felt the presence in the room with me. Whatever it was kept touching me, and it wasn't subtle. I could feel it clearly. I tried to ignore it, but frustration and anger started building inside me. I fought against the feeling, and it finally backed off. My uncle had schizophrenia, so I've wondered if I inherited it, but I know this isn't that. I'm not imagining these things. This is real, and I've experienced too much to believe otherwise. Growing up in that house, I never actually saw anything, but I knew something was always there. Once, a girl I was dating stayed over. She later told me that she woke up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was sitting on the bed. She saw an indentation near her, like the weight of a person, but no one was there. She was so scared that she clung to me and eventually passed out from fear. I blacked out from fear before too, so I understood how terrifying it was for her. Over the years, I got used to these experiences, which I now realize was a mistake. By accepting it, I opened myself up to more encounters. It's like the spirits know I can sense them, and they're drawn to me because of it. People think these entities don't have consciousness, but I know they do. They're aware of us, and they know when we're aware of them. Later, my mom and I moved out of that house. My dad passed away when I was a baby, so it was just the two of us. We stayed with one of her friends for a while before I left for the Navy. I'll never forget one night in that house. I was lying on the couch, trying to fall asleep, when I felt a sharp prick on my big toe. It started as a small pain but quickly spread through my entire body like a bolt of lightning. The pain shot into my eyes, and I saw swirling patterns of red and yellow. I couldn't scream or move, no matter how hard I tried. I knew something was trying to take over me. I fought it off with all my strength, and eventually it stopped. I opened my eyes, turned on the light, and screamed out loud. That night, I slept in my mom's room because I couldn't shake the fear. While lying in her room, I noticed tiny flickering lights floating around the ceiling. They looked like faintly glowing diamonds. I could see outlines of wings, like those of large birds, but they avoided the moonlight coming through the window. Suddenly, the doorway turned pitch black, as if a portal had opened or something had entered the room. I felt it moving around, always focused on me. It climbed onto the bed, and I could feel its weight as it got closer. I saw a figure with a human-like body, but its face resembled a snake or crocodile. It leaned over my mom and snapped at her face, though she didn't feel a thing. Then it turned to me, crouched in front of me, and made a taunting gesture with its fingers. I can't describe its face clearly, but I know it was real. I'll never forget that moment. When I joined the Navy, things were calmer. Ships are often blessed, and I think that helped keep the spirits away. But every now and then, I could still sense a presence. Years later, I moved to Florida with a girl I was dating at the time. One night, after taking drugs, I discovered that I could see strange things in the reflection of a turned-off TV. I saw colorful, shape-shifting figures that seemed to move around me. Small creatures that looked like trolls darted across the ground, and I even saw glowing eyes outside in the yard. At one point, a streak of light shot down from the ceiling, hitting the girl I was with. It caused bursts of bright blue light to flash around her. I've never seen anything like that since, but I believe the drugs may have heightened my sensitivity to the paranormal. Back in New York, I had another strange encounter while lying next to a different girlfriend. I looked at the back of her head, closed my eyes, and saw her outline. But then, the outline turned to face me and smiled, even though her physical body hadn't moved. I think I saw her soul. It's one of the many experiences I'll never forget. I've dealt with paranormal events for most of my life, and it's exhausting. I've never told anyone everything before now. I just want some peace. These experiences have shaped my life, but sometimes, I wish I could make them stop. I grew up in a small town in Massachusetts. As a kid, I often had this strange feeling at night, like there was something going on that I couldn't quite explain. Years later, when talking to my younger sister, she admitted she'd felt the same way. I remember several odd things happening. For example, when I was home alone, sitting in my room reading, I'd sometimes hear 2 or 3 knocks on my wooden door. The sound was distinct. One of the strangest experiences I had happened when I was about 11 or 12 years old. I was sleeping in my room, lying on my side with my back to the door. I felt a couple of taps on my shoulder and froze. I wasn't sure if I should turn around or try to ignore it and go back to sleep. Slowly I turned, and there was this small object floating in the air. It was surreal. I know it sounds unbelievable, but I was fully awake. To be sure, I even pinched myself to confirm I wasn't dreaming. The logical thing would be to dismiss it as a dream, but it felt far too real to ignore. Unfortunately, I don't remember enough details to describe it more clearly, but it stuck with me. Other odd occurrences in the house included cool air blowing across my face, even with all the windows closed, and shadows that were far from ordinary. When I got older, I moved from my room upstairs to one downstairs in our basement area. It wasn't a typical basement. It had a computer area and laundry room. Writing about this even now feels strange because I know how illogical it might sound, but these experiences happened often. Many nights, I'd wake up or find myself lying awake, staring at shadows in my room. These weren't shadows of coats or furniture. They were distinct figures. Sometimes they looked like people, other times they were just shapes. But every time, they were terrifying. I'll never forget turning over and seeing a shadow standing over my bed, just watching me. It didn't move or speak, it simply stood there. I was about 15 at the time, and to this day, I can't think of anything more frightening. While nothing negative ever happened, the presence of those shadows was enough to scare me deeply. It's hard to know what these experiences mean. Were they spiritual entities? Tricks of the mind? Coincidence? I've often wondered if they had a higher purpose, but I can't say for sure. I've had other experiences since then that make me question what's real and what's not. One example comes to mind. A few friends and I were going to a performance. On the way, we stopped at another friend's house. As we neared the house, I suddenly got an awful headache and felt nauseous. Once inside, the feeling got worse. I felt like I shouldn't be there. I took some aspirin, hoping it would help, but it didn't. Right before we left, a mirror fell off the wall and cut my hand. What was odd was that I wasn't even close to the mirror. It just fell. As soon as we left the house and started driving, I immediately felt better. That incident wasn't extraordinary on its own, but it's one of many strange things that have happened to me. Some were minor, others more mystifying, but they all leave me wondering how much I should believe and how much I should question. I stumbled upon this site by chance and felt compelled to share my experience. It's something I've kept with me for years. I was 13 years old in 1978, living in Winnipeg, Manitoba. One day, my mother and I went to the airport to pick up an elderly woman from Indonesia named Farida. She was a family friend's mother, and I'll never forget how mysterious she seemed through my young, innocent eyes. She wore a purple wrap and had traveled far to see her son before passing away. Farida was a psychic and a friend of Dr. Alan J. Hynek, the well-known investigator from Project Blue Book. She had reportedly experienced an alien visitation and had round scars on her feet where she claimed the alien's touch burned her skin permanently. A few days after she arrived, she joined us for dinner. She amazed my family with her predictions, including one where she said we'd move to the West Coast. Sure enough, a few years later, we moved to Vancouver. I remember it was a cold winter night when she fell ill. My parents had her lie down on our couch. Then things took a strange turn. She went to the bathroom and screamed after seeing something in the mirror. Shaken, she returned to the couch. Moments later, she passed away right there in our living room. It was the first time I had ever seen paramedics rush into a scene and leave behind their medical supplies and wrappings. That image is burned into my memory. My father broke the news to Dr. Hynek. She was buried in a snowy cemetery just west of the city. 4 years later, when I was 17, I returned to Winnipeg to stay with my sister, not far from where Farida had been laid to rest. One morning I woke up, but not in the usual sense. I found myself looking down at my body lying in bed. I could see my young nephew sleeping on an air mattress beside me. I couldn't move or speak. I felt completely disconnected from my physical body below. As I floated near the ceiling, I suddenly became aware of someone with me. It was Farida. I hadn't thought of her in years, but there she was, as real as anything. Then, with a powerful jolt, I snapped back into my body. I lay there in shock, unable to process what had just happened. Even now, as I write this, my skin crawls at the memory. Years later, in my mid-20s, I was living near the Fraser River in Surrey, British Columbia, with my best friend, Michael Gulka. One sunny afternoon, I was in the kitchen helping his girlfriend, Kathy, clean up after a picnic. That's when I noticed the largest, whitest moth I'd ever seen sitting on her back, just below her left shoulder. It sent a chill down my spine. In Indonesian culture, white spirit moths symbolized death. Because of her interest in Wicca, I decided not to mention it, and partially tried to deny the significance myself. The next day, Michael was hanging out with some people I didn't trust. Before he left, I gave him a look and told him to be careful. The following night, Kathy called me in tears. Michael had been found dead at the Flamingo Hotel in Surrey. Later that night, my girlfriend and I stayed with Kathy, comforting her as she cried, listening to One by U2, Michael's favorite song. I never told Kathy about the white moth. In the years since, my life has felt like an ongoing whirlwind of the supernatural. Once, I saw smoke form into the shape of a being in a room. Another time, I witnessed an incredible UFO silently flying over me and disappearing over the North Shore Mountains. Whenever I stand by the ocean at night under the moonlight, I feel a deep connection to something beyond myself. It's as if spirits are calling out from far away, yet they feel incredibly close. I don't fully understand these experiences, but they've left a profound mark on my life. This happened in the 1980s in a rundown trailer park where my sons and I lived. My friend Cheryl and I often walked around the park at night. Summers were too hot inside our trailers, and it was cooler outside. We passed by trailer number 350 many times, but one night, as we walked past it, I had a strange feeling. I told Cheryl, "Something bad has happened or is going to happen in that trailer." Cheryl suggested we inform the park manager, so we did. The manager brought a couple of helpers to check it out. They knocked on the door, and a woman answered, saying everything was fine. With nothing suspicious, they left, and Cheryl and I continued our walk. Yet, every time we passed trailer number 350, I felt uneasy, even during the daytime. We reported it to the manager several times, but after a while, she stopped checking, dismissing my concerns. One summer night, I saw something that gave me chills. I told Cheryl, "Did you see her?" She looked confused and asked. "Who?" I said. "The lady in the window." Cheryl insisted she saw nothing. We walked by the trailer again, and I pointed out the sad-looking woman in the window. Cheryl still couldn't see her and started getting scared. She asked me to stop mentioning it, as her trailer was only 2 lots away, while mine was 5. I tried to stay quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with trailer number 350. As winter came, our walks became less frequent, but the unease about the trailer never left me. By spring, as we resumed our walks, I noticed a foul odor coming from trailer number 350. When I mentioned it to Cheryl, she dismissed it, thinking I was imagining things. But soon, even my neighbors started complaining about the smell. We went closer to the trailer one day, and the stench was overwhelming. One neighbor threw up, and the other ran back home. We told the park manager, who reluctantly agreed to check it out. The manager and her helpers knocked on the door, but there was no answer. They broke it down, and what they found was horrifying. A dead woman lay near the door, appearing to have bled to death from a botched abortion. In the back bedroom, they discovered where the abortions were performed. Under some mattresses, they found over 50 fetuses in various stages of development, some large enough to have survived. The smell was unbearable. The police arrived and began their investigation. The trailer was deemed a biohazard and was eventually hauled away and burned after evidence was collected. The woman's fingerprints and sketches of her were circulated, and when I saw her picture, I felt faint. She had a distinctive mark on her cheek, and I realized she was the same woman I had seen in the window. I told the police, but they didn't believe me, as Cheryl hadn't seen her. Later, I learned that the woman had likely been near death when I first saw her or had just died, trying to draw attention for help. The trailer park was full of crime and misery, drug dealers, shootings, animal cruelty, and child abuse. My sons and I had no choice but to stay there for several years until I could save enough to leave. Finally, we moved to a safe country home, far away from that hellhole. Even now, I hear the trailer park has only gotten worse, with more murders and violence. No trailer stays on the lot where number 350 once stood for more than a few months. People still report strange feelings and eerie sounds near that spot. To this day, I will never go back there. The memories of that place and trailer number 350 are enough to haunt me for a lifetime. I've lived in the same town, on the same block, my entire life. 25 years to be exact. For the first 19 years, I lived with my parents, and later, I bought a house right across the street from them. I wanted my son to be close to his grandparents and great-grandparents. The house I purchased had been vacant for nearly 5 years and was in serious need of renovations. Balancing my third-shift job with the repairs wasn't easy, but after about 5 months, the house was like new. During this time, I stayed with my parents while working on the house. One Saturday night, I decided to head over to the house to do some work. As I walked across the street, I noticed the porch light was on. This wasn't unusual. My dad often left it on for security. As I reached the front steps, something caught my eye. When I turned to look, I saw a man standing in my living room. He appeared to be about 6 feet tall, but before I could make out more details, he vanished. My heart racing, I unlocked the door and rushed inside to check every room. The back door was deadbolted from the inside, and all the windows were locked. No one else was there. Though the sighting was brief, I had a strong feeling about who it might have been. About 6 or 7 years earlier, a family had lived in the house, a mother, father, and twins, a boy and a girl. One day, while my dad and I were doing yard work, the daughter ran out, yelling for help. Her father had suffered a heart attack in the living room, hitting his head on the coffee table. Despite our efforts to perform CPR, he passed away right there in front of us. The family eventually moved out after falling on hard times. I couldn't shake the feeling that the figure I saw was him. At first, I didn't fully believe it, even after seeing him. I invited a few friends over who claimed to be mediums. Without knowing the history of the house, they described the events from years ago almost exactly as they had happened. I was stunned, and from that moment, I became a believer. Not long after moving in, strange things started happening. One day, my son's mother and I were watching TV in the living room when we heard a loud noise coming from the attic. It sounded like something heavy was rolling from the front room to the back bedroom, about 45 feet in a straight line. Months earlier, my father and I had cleared everything out of the attic during renovations. I was certain there was nothing left up there. The attic was covered in 6 inches of blown-in insulation, making it even stranger that anything could roll like that. My ex urged me to check it out, but I was too scared at the time. A few months later, my father and I were back in the attic running new wiring. I had forgotten about the incident until I shined my light toward the back bedroom and saw a coffee can sitting there. I knew for a fact that the attic had been emptied before. How did it get there? And how did it make that noise through all the insulation? It was a clear winter day when we heard the sound. No wind, no animals, nothing that could explain it. That coffee can was the final confirmation that something unexplainable was happening in the house. Over time, I began to notice more things, little details that others didn't seem to catch. It's like I developed a heightened sense for these occurrences. I used to dismiss the strange events in my life, but now I realize they've been happening all along. There's much more to share, but I'll save those stories for another time. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I believe I'm some sort of antenna for the supernatural. Ever since I was a child, I've had this ability to sense when someone, or something, is present. Now in my mid-30s, I consider myself a reasonably intelligent guy with no strong ties to any particular religion. I was raised in a Christian household and still live by many of those values. But I've always been the kind of person who needs to see, or feel, to believe. When I first moved into the house I live in now, everything seemed fine. It didn't bother me that there's a cemetery just behind my backyard. I've lived near one before. But not long after settling in, it started again. This story is just one of many experiences I've had. One night, I was lying on the couch, about an hour into sleep, when I felt it. That unmistakable presence. I knew someone, or something, was there. I've been through this before, so I pretended to ignore it, acting as though I was still asleep. Sometimes I'll even roll over to face it, keeping my eyes tightly shut. I used to turn away from it, but I learned that doing so only seems to agitate them. This time, I couldn't tell if it was male or female. I just knew it was there, and it was getting closer. There were no footsteps, no sounds, just the overwhelming sensation of its presence. Then it was near my face, as if trying to provoke me into opening my eyes. It got so close that I could imagine its hair brushing against mine, even though I couldn't see it. The tension built as it moved slowly toward my ear and began to breathe lightly. I was on the verge of panic. This was the most aggressive and persistent presence I'd ever felt. I knew what it wanted me to look. But I wasn't going to. Then it made a sound, a whisper that vibrated in my ear with its breath. The sound was so soft, almost inaudible, but distinct. It repeated 3 times. Beady, beady, beady. Or maybe, peedy, peedy, peedy. I couldn't make sense of it, but it was enough to break me. I decided to act as though I'd been startled awake. Still keeping my head turned away, I sat up, ran my fingers through my hair, and rubbed my eyes, anything to give it time to disappear. I reached for the light, and by the time I turned it on, the presence was gone. I didn't need to see to know. The oppressive feeling had lifted. That was the first and last time I encountered that particular entity. Sometimes, these experiences are one-time events, while others linger for days or even weeks. When nothing happens for a while, I feel frustrated, as if I've lost this strange gift, or curse, depending on how you look at it. I like knowing I can sense something others can't, but when it does happen, I instinctively try to push it away. I often think, come back later when I feel stronger or less vulnerable. Occasionally, I try to confront these presences. When I feel one near me, say, while moving from one room to another, I'll stop, close my eyes, and try to communicate. I've used a calm tone, saying, I know you're here. Talk to me. Touch me. Move something. I've even tried being more assertive, but I've never gotten a response. I can only feel them moving around me, watching me. I don't know what they want. Maybe it's something I'm doing wrong, or something I'm not doing. No one in my family or circle of friends knows about this, except my ex-wife. While we were married, things happened that made it impossible to hide. I told her that whatever it was, it must be following me. After our divorce, I asked her if she'd experienced anything strange after I left. She said no and realized she hadn't thought about it in a long time. That's when I started to understand, it's not always the same presence. They're different, and they seem to be connected to me. I was born in Panama, but as soon as I was old enough, I left for the USA. I didn't want to go back, not to see family, not to reminisce. I never felt homesick. The memories I left behind were too painful, too raw. Experiencing the supernatural, especially when attacks are involved, leaves scars that don't heal easily. But my father still lives there. He fell in love with the Canal Zone during his time as a U.S. postmaster, and even gave up his U.S. citizenship to stay after the USA ended its affiliation with the Panama Canal. Now, Panama feels like a different world, more chaotic and dangerous, with lawlessness everywhere. Gunfire is a weekly occurrence, and at times, my father has had to hide in his closet. Yet, despite my worries, he refuses to leave. As he grows older, his stubbornness only deepens, and I knew I couldn't keep putting off a visit. I needed to go back, for him. My father was thrilled when I told him I was coming. I hadn't called Panama home in decades, but I knew this visit would make him happy, even though the thought of returning filled me with dread. The memories of suffering and supernatural encounters weighed heavily on me. When I landed, exhaustion hit me like a wave. As I pushed through the crowd, I spotted my father's familiar smile. He was waiting with his wife, Ely, who greeted me with excitement and chatter. But as soon as I stepped outside the terminal, the air changed. It was heavy, like stepping into a swamp. Goosebumps covered my skin, and I could feel them, spectral figures. Men, women, and children surrounded me, crying, screaming, and pulling at my energy. They knew I could see them, and their desperation was overwhelming. I pretended not to notice, keeping my focus on my father as we walked to his car. The ride to my father's home in the canal zone felt like a blur. I barely registered Ellie's words as she talked about their plans for my visit. My head throbbed, overwhelmed by the cries and pleas of the lost souls around me. They drained me, pulling at my energy, my life force. It's hard to explain, but when one of them focuses on you, it feels like a cold darkness pressing into your very being. By the time we reached my father's house, I was ready to collapse. That first night passed uneventfully. I woke the next morning feeling somewhat refreshed, but as I stood at the living room window, I saw them again, the dead, mingling with the living. The living rushed to catch buses, coffee cups in hand, while the spirits followed, watching enviously. Some stood beneath the window, looking up at me, raising their hands as if pleading for help. I turned away. It wasn't the time. Later that day, Ellie dropped me off at the causeway, a man-made road stretching over water. I needed time alone to face my memories. The last time I had been there, as a child, I'd experienced something that still haunted me. As I walked along the causeway, I saw them, buzzards circling an empty parking lot, pecking at something. Memories flooded back. Decades earlier, I'd found the bloodied body of a young man in that same spot. He was barely alive, and the buzzards were feeding on him. Shadows surrounded him, dark entities pushing the birds forward and repelling me when I tried to help. I screamed for help until adults came running. A policeman fired a shot to scare the buzzards away, but by then, it was too late. The man exhaled his last breath as I stood there, helpless. Now, as an adult, I saw his spectral figure lying in the same spot. The buzzards were still there, trying to feed on his essence. But this time, I wasn't a scared child. I chased the birds away, and they flew off, circling above but keeping their distance. I knelt by the young man's spirit. His eyes opened, and he raised a hand to me, confused and afraid. I spoke gently, telling him that his time here was over, that he was no longer bound to this place. Slowly, realization dawned on him. Tears filled his eyes as he understood. In the distance, I saw figures waiting for him, calling him home. He looked at me one last time before running toward them, his face glowing with peace. Within moments he was gone. I stood up, brushing the dirt from my knees. My soul felt lighter than it had in years. For the first time, I wasn't afraid of this place. I looked up at the buzzards circling above. They were just birds now, nothing more. Texas is a big place, no doubt about that. Everyone knows its rich history, its sprawling landscapes, and its cowboy culture, huge hats, spurs, and longhorn steer. It's a place where chili tastes better and country music fills the air. My dad was a huge country fan, singing along to the radio with a voice full of heart. Maybe that's why I can't listen to it today. It's not the music itself, it's the haunted memories tied to it. One of the most mysterious and heartbreaking haunted places I've ever encountered wasn't a grand mansion or an eerie forest. It was a small barn, nestled in the middle of nowhere on an old family farm. The land was barren now, a dusty wasteland of fields and a crumbling farmhouse. The barn stood on the far end of the property, weathered and empty. At least, that's what I thought. That little barn was home to a boy ghost. He called himself Nobody. Hearing him say those words broke my heart. Nobody was about 11 years old, wearing dirt-covered overalls and no shoes. His face, though streaked with grime, had an angelic quality. His big brown eyes darted nervously as he spoke, and he kept his hands buried in his pockets, as if ashamed. "Why don't you take your hands out of your pockets, honey?" I asked gently. He hesitated, then slowly pulled them out. What I saw nearly made me faint. His hands were raw and swollen, covered in burns so severe they looked twice their normal size. Red patches mixed with black and green, a sickening sign of infection. He held them up, trying to move his fingers, but they looked stiff and painful. "They ain't gettin' no better," he whispered. His small voice carried a lifetime of suffering. I asked why he was in the barn. He pointed toward a patch of rotting boards. "Tony put nobody away in thar," he said, his gaze dropping to the ground. My heart broke into pieces. Tears threatened to spill, but I knew I couldn't let him see me cry. He needed strength and comfort, not fear. We sat on the dusty barn floor, and I tried to soothe him. I told him about his mother, how she was waiting for him. All he had to do was call out to her with all his heart. His wide, tear-filled eyes met mine, and I saw the glimmer of hope take root. He scrambled to his feet, looking around the barn as if searching for her. I guided him to the door, telling him she was outside, waiting in the open field. "Go on, honey. She's waiting for you," I urged, my voice barely steady. He hesitated at the barn door but finally stepped through. I followed and watched him run across the field. In the distance I saw her, his mother. She stood with her arms open wide, waiting to embrace her son. He ran straight into her arms, and together, they slowly faded into the horizon. It was a moment of pure love and healing, a gift I'll never forget. Afterwards I made sure nobody was given the respect he deserved. A proper grave was arranged, with a headstone bearing the name Christian. It felt right to give him a real name, a name that honored his spirit. I tried to learn more about him, but there were no records of a boy dying on the property. No one knew his story, or how he ended up in that barn. I'll never know the full truth, but I find peace in knowing he's with his mother now, finally free from his suffering. Still, I can't help but wonder, how did a child live his entire life known only as nobody? It's a question that will haunt me forever. It's funny how you can choose a place to live and later realize it wasn't the best idea. When we bought land in Hawaii, we decided to keep our California house and rent it out. It seemed like the perfect arrangement, until we wanted to visit family, and realized we no longer had a place to stay. That's when my mother-in-law stepped in and offered us her empty condo. We were thrilled. A free place to stay meant we didn't have to miss out on rental income from our house. But this condo turned out to be a unique experience, one I wasn't entirely prepared for. The condo was in an odd area. You know that feeling you get when you enter a place, and something feels off? That's exactly how it started. The moment we arrived, I felt like the ground might give way beneath me. It wasn't just the unsettling atmosphere. The noise was overwhelming. Trolleys rumbled, trains blared their whistles at sundown, and planes roared overhead every few minutes. The hum of freeway traffic never stopped. It was a constant cacophony. The condo itself was small and a bit rundown, a 1950s relic with 3 tiny bedrooms, a cramped galley-style kitchen, and a musty smell, like rotting fruit left too long in the sun. It wasn't ideal, but hey, it was free, and I couldn't complain about that. However, I quickly realized the noise and chaos weren't the worst of it. From the first night, I was visited by more than just the sounds of the neighborhood. The spiritual activity was overwhelming. My first visitor? An elderly ghostly woman dressed in a dirty nightgown. She stood over me, staring intently. I simply turned over and told her to go away. I've always been sensitive to the otherworldly, but this condo wasn't just haunted. It seemed like the whole neighborhood was a magnet for the dead. On walks around the block, I felt surrounded by spirits. Overdoses, alcohol poisonings, and tragic ends seemed to permeate the area, filling it with restless energy. One day, I was in the shower when a ghostly granny appeared, holding a chipped coffee cup. She wore scruffy slippers that seemed to fascinate her. She kept bending down to smooth the fuzzy material, glancing up at me with confusion. I stood there, dripping wet, unsure what to do, so I just stared back. Eventually, she faded away, slippers and all. This wasn't a one-time occurrence. It happened daily. My husband explained that the condo complex was mostly elderly residents, and that the area was popular with homeless transients. That explained a lot, but it didn't make it any easier. Between the spirits, the constant noise, and the energy of the place, I felt like I was drowning in supernatural activity. Some encounters were unnerving. A wild-eyed woman, still clinging to the mental illness she suffered in life, followed me around the condo and even slapped me in the face. Thankfully, it was faint, like a breeze brushing my skin, but it was enough to rattle me. She soon lost interest when another spirit appeared, a well-dressed, middle-aged woman. She acted as though she belonged, calmly sitting on the couch and smoothing her skirt before disappearing. Then there was the lecherous old man who bit me on the behind. Yes, really. I've also been scratched, pushed, pinched, and slapped by various entities. Yet, oddly enough, I'm not afraid. I've grown used to their antics. It's hard to relax in that condo, but I visit only occasionally, so I can handle it. This neighborhood feels like a dead zone, teeming with restless spirits. As a sensitive, I've been thrown into the fire, but I've learned to cope, scars and all. It's a strange reality to live with, but one thing is for sure, whether it's in Hawaii or California, there's no escaping the supernatural. Port Allen is just a 12-minute drive from my house, one of the few places I can visit with my Chihuahua Terrier mix, Faith. At under 11 pounds, she's tiny, and an encounter with a large unleashed dog could spell trouble. Port Allen offers a peaceful escape, with its harbor overlooking a cove ominously named Shark Bay. The name fits. Sharks are often drawn to the area by the constant fishing activity. On most days, you'll find fishermen perched on the cliffs, their poles jutting out into the ocean. This time, I decided to explore an area farther out, beyond the usual fishing spots. The ocean's pale blue shimmer was mesmerizing, and I looked forward to weaving through the jagged lava rock formations. There's no sandy beach here, just raw volcanic rock separating land and sea. Getting to my chosen spot required some creative off-roading, maneuvering through dips and boulders. Faith, my ever-enthusiastic companion, was bouncing and whining in the passenger seat, eager to get out. Her excitement made me smile. Once I parked, I opened the door, and she bolted onto the coral-strewn path without a second glance. I grabbed my baseball cap, locked up the truck, and followed her. The day couldn't have been more perfect. The sun was warm, and the trade winds brushed against my face. As I walked, the crunch of white coral underfoot added to the serene ambience. I called out to Faith, who had wandered ahead, blending seamlessly with the black lava rock. Her little head popped up at the sound of her name, revealing her location near a section of white coral that stood out starkly against the dark landscape. When I reached the coral patch, its brightness was almost blinding. The sun had bleached it a brilliant white, and the area felt different. Sitting down in the middle of the coral, I realized something was off. The usual sounds of the ocean and the wind were muted, almost as if the world had gone quiet. Puzzled, I stayed still, trying to understand the strange shift in atmosphere. Faith whined nervously from a distance, hesitant to come closer. That's when I felt it, a sharp sting on my back. Whipping around, I was struck again, this time on the shoulder. Ouch! I exclaimed, scrambling to my feet. My back and shoulder throbbed as I turned to confront my attacker. What I saw left me stunned. A group of 5 ethereal men stood before me, their translucent forms blending with the landscape. They were tattooed from head to toe, their brown skin gleaming, and they clutched spears that looked as menacing as they were otherworldly. Their expressions were intense, their gaze unwavering. I didn't feel outright fear, but the weight of their presence was undeniable. They didn't speak, but I could sense their warning in the stones they had thrown. Their forms were incomplete, fading at the edges, as if they couldn't fully manifest. Within moments, they began backing away, their figures growing fainter with each step until they disappeared entirely. Faith's frantic barking snapped me out of my daze. I realized I hadn't heard her, or anything else, during the encounter. The silence had been absolute. As I approached her, standing at the edge of the coral patch, the normal sounds of the ocean and wind returned, growing louder with each step. Scooping her up, I comforted her trembling body and turned to look back at the spot. The coral circle seemed different from the surrounding landscape, though I couldn't pinpoint why. As I started walking back to the truck, an image filled my mind. I closed my eyes and let the vision unfold. I saw carved boats gliding smoothly across the ocean toward the shore. The boats were filled with men, warriors like the ones I had just seen. The scene shifted. Now the men were on land, performing a ritual facing the sea. Their deep, resonant singing filled the air, a hauntingly beautiful sound. In the final scene, the warriors returned to their boats, paddling away from the coast. Then the vision ended, leaving me deeply moved by what I had witnessed. Later, I learned from local fishermen that the white coral patch is considered sacred. No one fishes there, as it's believed to bring bad luck. The ritual I saw was meant to honor the gods, asking for protection and success in their hunts and fishing. From now on, I'll respect the old ones, as they are called. They made their message clear, and my bruised shoulder and back served as lasting reminders for nearly 2 weeks. Last week, I took my trusty sidekick, Faith, my 11-pound Chihuahua Terrier mix, for a walk around the heliport. It's about 12 minutes from my house and offers a nice 3-mile trail along a dirt path. Faith loves it, and I enjoy the exercise, even though the area has its quirks. One downside? The pig carcasses. Disgusting but true, people seem to toss leftovers from their cookouts all over the island instead of burying them. Faith and I usually come across at least a couple of them a day, and let me tell you, the smell is something you don't want to experience. Even my dog wrinkles her nose when the trade winds carry it our way. But on this particular day, the weather was perfect, sunny, 84 degrees, and low humidity. I felt strong, energized, and ready to enjoy the walk. Faith, as always, was a few steps ahead, sniffing along the trail and investigating every bush she could find. That's when she suddenly leapt back from a large bush, as if something had startled her. I figured it was a feral cat, they're big around here, and Faith is barely more than a snack to one of them. She bolted toward me, trembling like her tail was on fire. Laughing at her expression, I picked her up, her little body shaking in my arms. "Nothing to be scared of, silly dog," I whispered, trying to reassure her. But her wide eyes told me she wasn't convinced. I set her down near the fence and told her to stay. She crouched low to the ground, eyes fixed on the bush as if daring it to make a move. Curious, I approached the bush to investigate. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. Just a bush. But then I noticed a large black bag tucked beneath it. Nudging it open with my foot, I spotted a jawbone. A little more nudging revealed more bones. It was a bag full of remains, cow bones. That's when it happened. A flood of images filled my mind. As a sensitive, I've experienced this before, but this time, I wished I hadn't. I saw scenes of cows being slaughtered, metal bars striking their skulls, the sickening sound of bones breaking, and their bodies collapsing against corral fences. The imagery was graphic and overwhelming, and I struggled to push it away. Then the ghostly apparitions appeared. The cows, their spirits, stood together in a large group, translucent and ethereal. They seemed confused, their faint moos almost mournful, as if asking each other, what just happened? Before I could process the sight, more figures emerged, human-like entities. These beings were beautiful, otherworldly, and carried large staffs. They looked like shepherds, and their purpose became clear as they began gathering the ghostly cows into smaller groups. The shepherds were dressed simply, in white tunics and pants, with twine-like belts around their waists. Their presence was calming, even reverent, and reminded me of illustrations from old Bible stories or Christmas postcards. One of the shepherds noticed me watching. A soft smile crossed their face, as if acknowledging my presence, and I couldn't help but smile back. I stood still, observing in awe as they gently herded the cows towards some unseen destination. Within moments, the entire scene faded away. Once they were gone, I turned back to the bag of bones. Tying it off, I decided I couldn't just leave it there. It felt wrong. Hauling the heavy bag back to my truck, I drove to a nearby hillside, a place with a breathtaking view of the valley below. I grabbed the shovel I keep for off-roading emergencies and began digging. Removing the bones from the bag, I buried them in the soft earth, ensuring they had a resting place far more peaceful than the side of a trail. Standing back, I admired the serene beauty of the spot. Faith sat beside me, her little face almost joyful. Maybe I was imagining it, but I felt a sense of peace too. Somewhere out there, I hoped those ghostly cows were now roaming free in an eternal, ethereal pasture. As a young girl, my family moved around quite a bit. Eventually, we left the tropics and settled in California. Coming from the Canal Zone, it felt strange to see houses built so close together. Our new home was in a neighborhood called Santee Lakes, part of a brand new development surrounded by older communities. I loved our house. It backed onto a massive canyon, and at night, we'd sit outside and gaze into the dark expanse. With no lights to block the view, the night sky was a canvas of stars, each shooting star leaving us in awe. It was magical. The apparition came to me when I was 6 years old. It happened on one of those quiet nights. My parents weren't outside yet, Mother was still in the kitchen cleaning up after dinner, and Dad was busy with my siblings. Our house was always full of energy, voices echoing through the rooms, my dad singing blending into the chaos. I loved my family, but the noise could be overwhelming. That night, I slipped outside unnoticed, craving the quiet. Sitting alone in the dark, I felt a sense of peace. I wandered over to the edge of the yard, looking down into the canyon. It was a vast, mysterious space where shadows moved, and I always assumed it was just animals, rabbits, squirrels, or the occasional bird. But that night, I saw something different. Hovering above a grove of small trees, I noticed a face. At first, I thought it was an owl. But as it floated closer, it began to take shape, a neck, an arm, and then the outline of hips. The figure was dressed in a pale blue gown, flowing gently as though caught in an invisible breeze. A cotton hat with lace trims sat atop her head, tied neatly under her chin. As she came closer, I realized she was a little girl, maybe just a bit older than me. She smiled sweetly as she floated right past me and into our house. I stood frozen, unable to move. After a minute or two, when she didn't return, I ran inside to look for her. Everything seemed normal in the house. My mom was still tidying up, and my siblings were playing. No one else had noticed her. Dad must have seen the frantic look on my face because he asked, "Who are you looking for?" But I didn't answer. Instead, I ran from room to room, opening closet doors and checking every corner. I was sure she was hiding somewhere, but she wasn't. Eventually, I gave up and went back outside to join my family. The ghost didn't reappear until later that night, just before bed. I woke to find her sitting on the floor, playing with my toys. Startled, I sat up in bed, and just like that, she faded away. For the 2 years we lived in that house, the ghost appeared to me regularly, almost weekly. She would travel from the canyon to our home, always smiling, always peaceful. I often wondered if she was buried somewhere in the valley. Years later, I stumbled upon an old history book. It had pictures of children running alongside wagon trains during the westward expansion, dressed in prairie clothes that reminded me of her. I couldn't help but wonder if she had lived, and died, during that era. When I returned to the area as an adult, it was unrecognizable. The once sprawling canyon was filled with homes, and the quiet magic of the place was gone. Even our old house looked so different, almost foreign. I'll never know who that little girl was, but her memory stays with me, a reminder of a time when the past and present seemed to touch. I don't remember the exact year, but I vividly recall standing in the bathroom, combing out my tangled hair. We were visiting the area near the coffee plantations in Panama. My great-grandmother had once owned a large plantation there before selling it to move to California. This trip took us to a rental cottage in the Panama Mountains, a region known as Vulcan. The area was breathtaking. Ice-cold mountain rivers wound through the lush greenery, and blackberries grew wild along the roadsides. It didn't feel tropical at all, more like a cool, hidden paradise. We were grateful for the refreshing climate after the long, uncomfortable drive. The cottage was tiny, just one bedroom and one bathroom, crammed with 5 people. The 4-hour ride in the back of an old Volkswagen Beetle hadn't helped my mood. The car's windows were broken, so rain poured in during frequent downpours, leaving me soaked. My hair was a frizzy, knotted disaster, and I was cranky by the time we arrived. I just wanted a moment of peace. Standing at the sink, I ran lukewarm water over my hairbrush, trying to tackle the mess. My uncle was pounding on the bathroom door, yelling, "I need to go to the bathroom. Get out!" Annoyed, I shouted back, "Give me 5 more minutes!" He stomped away, and I finally had a little solitude. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, a tired, pouty girl who just wanted to get through this day. Each stroke of the brush hurt as I worked through the knots, and tears welled up as I tugged on the most stubborn tangles. "Don't cry," a small voice said. Startled, I spun around, but the bathroom was empty. I yanked open the door, thinking someone was playing a prank, but no one was there. Feeling unsettled, I stepped back inside and closed the door. Could it have been my imagination? I hadn't sensed any presence in the cottage, but entities are good at hiding. I picked up the brush again, trying to shake off the eerie feeling. Then, as I looked in the mirror, my heart stopped. A young girl was standing behind my left shoulder. She was so close I could have reached out and touched her. Her face is etched into my memory. She looked about 10 years old, but her skin was yellowed and paper-thin, almost translucent. I could see the veins beneath, and her eyes appeared sunken into her face. She looked sick, her expression frail and haunting. Despite her condition, she smiled at me as she began to back away. In a moment, she vanished. Stunned, I turned to search the tiny bathroom, but of course, there was no sign of her. I returned to the sink, combing my hair with trembling hands, half hoping she might reappear. She didn't. We stayed in the cottage for 6 days, and though I kept my eyes open for her, I never saw her again. No one else mentioned seeing a little girl or anything unusual. I didn't bring it up, unsure if anyone would believe me. As we packed up to leave, the caretaker came by to collect the key. I pulled him aside and asked if he knew of a little girl who might have died nearby. He seemed surprised and said the cottages were only 8 to 10 years old, and as far as he knew, no one had died there. Just as he was walking away, something seemed to occur to him. He turned back and said, "You know, there used to be a residential facility nearby. It housed leprosy patients, but it was torn down decades ago, about 30 years before the land was sold to build these cottages. Many people died there." His words sent a chill down my spine. I couldn't shake the image of the girl in the mirror. Had she been one of the patients? Her paper-thin skin and frail body seemed to match the description of someone suffering from a severe illness. Perhaps she had wandered into the cottage, still searching for peace after all those years. Even now, I think about her. She didn't feel threatening, just sad. Maybe her spirit found solace in that fleeting moment when our paths crossed. Or perhaps she's still there, waiting for someone else to notice her. This happened on the island of Kauai, and I can't explain why, but I felt drawn to this location. The place I came to call the caretaker's cottage was a dilapidated structure, sitting in the middle of nowhere. I wasn't even aware it existed until recently, though I'd unknowingly driven past it for years. It was isolated, down a small turnoff, with no reason for most people to ever notice it. When I say I was called, I mean it felt like something was summoning me, pulling me toward it. I usually avoid investigating abandoned places, but this felt different. There was a loneliness to the building, a palpable sadness that seemed to reach out. On my first visit, I decided to check it out in the daylight. The cottage was in bad shape, looking ready to collapse in on itself. It was tiny, with just one living area, no bedroom, and a small outhouse on one side. A kitchen or laundry space was tacked onto the other side. A weathered wooden pole stood upright nearby, remnants of electrical wires hanging limply from it, though there was no power anymore. The area was littered with old cars, broken furniture, and junk, a sad, forgotten corner of the world. I felt a wave of sorrow standing there, wondering how anyone could have lived in such desolation. The nearest building was a cemetery across the road. It began to make sense. Perhaps this had been a caretaker's home. Somehow, I was certain it was a male presence that had drawn me there. I didn't know how I knew, I just knew. I took a photo of the cottage with my camera, wanting to study it later. It was a unique building, steeped in mystery. I didn't return for a couple of weeks, but when I did, it was a visit I'll never forget. It was my final visit, for good reason. This time, I arrived around 9 p.m. The night was still, with no trade winds, and every sound seemed amplified: the chirp of crickets, the croak of toads, even the rhythmic pounding of the ocean against the cliffs to my left. The air felt charged, electric, and I followed my instincts, driving toward the cemetery and then onto the dirt road leading to the caretaker's cottage. The darkness was suffocating. There were no lights, no signs of civilization, just the narrow beams of my headlights slicing through the inky blackness. It felt as though the light was being swallowed by the void. Gravel crunched under my tires as I parked near the cottage. The silence was overwhelming. I stayed in my truck, not daring to step outside. Instead, I grabbed my camera and began taking photos. My heart raced, but it wasn't fear, more a sense that I was on the verge of discovering something. By the fourth picture, I heard footsteps inside the building. Yet the structure was pitch black, and I couldn't see anyone. I could feel someone there, though, and snapped another photo. That's when I heard it, a hostile yell from the right side of the building. It was a man's voice, thick with rage, though I couldn't make out the words. The anger was unmistakable, and I froze as heavy footsteps approached. I couldn't see him, but I knew he was coming toward my truck. Without hesitation, I started the engine and drove away, my heart pounding. All I could think about were the photos. Had I captured him? When I got home, I uploaded the pictures onto my computer. What I saw in the final photo stunned me. There, staring back at me, was the face of an enraged man. His mouth was open, as if mid-shout, and one hand was clenched into a fist. The other hand rested on his chest, his fingers starkly visible. Only his face and hands had manifested. The rest of his body remained obscured. His skin was sickly pale, almost glowing against the blackness. I remembered trying to take one last photo before leaving, but my camera batteries had been drained, a common occurrence when dealing with spirits, as they pull energy from devices to manifest. The next day, I asked the local police about the cottage. They didn't know who had lived there or why the building was even there. Long-time residents I spoke to said the structure had always been in its decrepit state for as long as they could remember. No one recalled a caretaker or any significant history tied to it. Frustrated, I realized that this man, this ghost, didn't want help. He wasn't looking for closure or intervention. He just wanted to remind someone, anyone, that he had existed. When I was pregnant with my first child, I made the ill-advised decision to go camping. Dumb. I was in my first trimester, battling relentless morning sickness that seemed to last all day. Still, my husband and I headed to the Colorado River to camp at one of the many waterfront spots. Looking back, I should have told him, "Let's go home." The location wasn't ideal. It was hot, dusty, and the water looked muddy. The moment we arrived, I spotted a huge dead snake hanging from a tree. In hindsight, I should have taken that as a warning, but we set up camp nearby anyway. The tent smelled musty, and the sleeping bag wasn't remotely comfortable on my overly sensitive body. I was miserable. My husband tried to cheer me up, but I was irritable and grouchy. He eventually wandered off for breaks from my sour mood, leaving me to stew in my discomfort. On the first evening, we hiked up a short trail to a hilltop overlooking the river. The view was breathtaking, the flowing water below, the fading colors of the sunset. But nausea soon overwhelmed me, and I just wanted to go back to the tent. My stubbornness got the better of me, and I refused my husband's help down the trail. Frustrated, he went ahead, leaving me to navigate the loose dirt and rocks in the growing darkness. By the time I realized I didn't know my way back to camp, it was pitch black. No campfires or lights guided my way. The air was so still that every noise felt amplified. I froze as a cracking sound broke the silence, a shuffle of boots, heavy footsteps, and labored breathing. Someone, or something, was approaching. My heart raced. It wasn't my husband. He was tall and slender, wearing rubber-soled sneakers. This presence was thick and heavy, and its slow, deliberate steps filled the night air. Too afraid to call out, I crouched down, hugging my knees, hoping to remain unnoticed. As I sat there, the nausea that had plagued me all day vanished, replaced by an unsettling hunger. My stomach growled loudly, and I pressed my hands against it, willing it to stop. Then I saw it, a faint glow to my left, shifting and moving. The light had a bluish hue, fringed with a yellowish mist. My instincts told me this wasn't a person but an entity. The smell hit me next, a putrid stench of death that made me retch. I doubled over, vomiting onto my shoes as the sour odor lingered in my nostrils. By the time I straightened up, the glow had stopped moving. Though reluctant, I knew I had to approach. Slowly, I walked toward the light, using it as my guide. It took nearly 20 minutes to reach the source. Standing before me was a towering ghostly figure, at least 6 feet 3 inches and 350 pounds. His black eyes and round face were impossible to miss, and the bullet hole in his temple sent a chill down my spine. He seemed lost, staring past me into the darkness. In a blink, he was suddenly inches from my face. He was confused, panicked, and swaying side to side. His hands covered his ears as he muttered, it hurts so bad." I tried to calm him, asking what his last memory was. He couldn't remember, growing more distressed as he clutched his head. His anxiety was palpable, and I felt my energy, and that of my unborn child, being drawn away. I sat down, too weak to stand, and motioned for him to do the same. He knelt in front of me, fading in and out like a flickering flame. Just as I thought he'd vanish entirely, I was hit by another wave of nausea, vomiting again. That seemed to jolt him into focus. When I asked if he knew he was deceased, he shook his head. "I'm as alive as you are," he insisted. I reached out and ran my hand through his ghostly form. The realization dawned on him as he watched my hand pass through his body. His shoulders slumped, resignation etched into his expression. I gently told him the year, 1975, and explained that he had passed decades earlier. When I asked him what year he thought it was, he whispered, 1937. Slowly, he began to accept the truth. He looked at me, his eyes filled with longing, and asked, "Where are my wife and children?" "They're waiting for you," I assured him. "On the other side." He hesitated, unsure, but eventually rose to his feet. Step by step, he walked toward the eternal realm, fading from sight. Though I didn't know his name or the circumstances of his death, I felt peace knowing he had moved on. Exhausted, I stumbled back to the campsite and collapsed into the tent. 7 months later, I gave birth to a healthy baby girl, 7 pounds 7 ounces. She'll be 33 years old this Christmas, a constant reminder of the strength I found that night. She smiled in an all-knowing way, her green eyes sparkling in the sunlight. Her teeth were dazzlingly white, and she radiated a kind of joy I'd never encountered before. Her dress, though, it was unlike anything I'd ever seen. It flowed to the floor, shimmering as she moved, as if made of cobwebs laced with tiny sparks. Yes, you read that right. Blue sparks seemed to emanate from her gown as she glided, almost dancing to a tune only she could hear. I should explain. This happened about a year ago, as I was driving along the interstate. My plan was simple: head to Presidio Park for a short walk. It's only about 10 minutes from my condo and a quick turn off the highway. The park winds up a small hill, crowned by an old mission, a place steeped in history. Not long ago, the bones of Native Americans were unearthed there, adding to its reputation for paranormal activity. Locals say the area grows especially eerie after dark. I wasn't expecting to see anything unusual that late afternoon, but then she appeared. She was standing along the mission pathway, and I didn't know what to make of her. She looked directly at me and said, "I am tomorrow." Then she winked, a playful smile lighting up her face. Was she mocking me? Trying to scare me? Or was it just her sense of humor? I had no idea. Her laughter echoed softly, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. I spotted her again moments later, running toward a closed doorway of the mission. She glanced over her shoulder at me, her green eyes catching the light, before walking right through the wall. The last thing I saw was her dress, shimmering like it was made of tiny mirrors. It clung to her slender frame perfectly, accentuating her petite build, no more than 5 feet 1 inch. She wasn't what you'd call classically beautiful, but her smile and eyes transformed her, radiating an energy that seemed to lift the entire space around her. She was the embodiment of joie de vivre, the joy of life. It was almost impossible to believe she was a ghost, but that's exactly what she was. Determined to find her again, I wandered around the mission. I peered through locked windows and tried turning doorknobs, but there was no way inside. Frustrated, I gave up and sat at the edge of the mission steps, unsure of what I'd just experienced. Then she appeared again. This time, she was utterly joyous. Her face glowed with delight as she repeated the words, "I am tomorrow!" She threw her arms in the air and spun around, her dress fanning out in a dazzling swirl of sparks. And then, she took flight. Spinning higher and higher, she rose into the sky. She looked like a dancer atop a child's jewelry box, twirling gracefully, her gown shimmering with each turn. I stared in disbelief, my mouth agape, until she faded from view. Snapping out of my trance, I glanced around, hoping someone else had witnessed what I just saw. But of course, there was no one nearby. "What the?" I whispered, trying to process the surreal encounter. The paranormal isn't exactly something you experience every day, and moments like this make me feel like I've stepped into the twilight zone. I waited on the mission steps for a while, hoping she'd return, but she didn't. Even now, I can't stop thinking about her. Was she laughing at me? Was she trying to communicate something deeper? Or was she just a spirit with a sense of humor, passing through? One thing I can't get out of my mind is that dress. It was incredible, ethereal, magical, like nothing I'd ever seen before. I wish I'd had the chance to ask her about it. Who knows what secrets it might hold. He stood about 7 feet tall, his eyes nothing but black voids with an eerie glow behind the darkness. This encounter happened just last week as I sat upon the cliffs overlooking Shark Bay. The sun had just set, and a faint purple-blue haze blanketed the horizon before plunging into total darkness. Below me, on the narrow strip of sand constantly battered by waves, I noticed a wavering figure. The beach wasn't one for swimming, it belonged to fishermen and the relentless surf. The figure grew closer, its movements deliberate, and I knew immediately what it was, an evil entity. It's part of my gift, discernment. I don't need to see or hear them, I just know. Their essence reaches me like a vibration, telling me who they were in life and the darkness they carry in death. This one was no exception, and I could tell he wasn't showing himself out of goodwill. He wanted to scare me. But after all I've seen, fear isn't something I feel easily. So I sat back, watching, waiting to see what he would do. The last traces of sunlight vanished, leaving behind an inky blackness. No moonlight. No trade winds. Just stillness. It was the perfect setting for a malevolent spirit to make its move, and I knew I was his target. I closed my eyes and whispered a prayer for protection, asking God to shield me with his strength. It's a practice I've learned over time. I can do nothing against these entities on my own. When I opened my eyes, he was standing right in front of me. His black eyes bored into mine, his face a canvas of menacing tattoos. For a moment, fear prickled at the edges of my composure, but I stood to face him. To my surprise, he stepped back, almost as if recoiling. That's when I knew I was dealing with something truly evil. The facade he projected as a warrior began to falter. His skin distorted, stretching tight over a skeletal face, revealing the ugliness of his true form. It wasn't just physical. The malevolence radiating from him was suffocating. I could sense his past, a life consumed by power and greed. He had hurt many people, orchestrated deaths, and reveled in the destruction he left behind. I could see the stains of his deeds on his form, layered like chains dragging him down. I wanted nothing to do with him. His energy made my skin crawl, like I was covered in filth. I slowly began to back away, careful not to turn my back on him. But even as I moved, his attention stayed locked on me. "Leave me alone," I thought. But then, he spoke, angrily, vilely, hurling insults and threats. His voice carried a weight of venom, but I held my ground. When he realized his words weren't scaring me, he tried to push me with his energy. Thanks to my prayer, it barely registered, like a faint puff of air against my skin. I kept moving toward my truck, glancing over my shoulder to check the distance. That's when I made my mistake. He was suddenly beside me again, his black eyes blazing with fury. He screamed threats of death, each word laced with grotesque detail. I won't repeat them. They were vile and disgusting, but they didn't faze me. It wasn't the first time a spirit had tried to frighten me, and it wouldn't be the last. I knew he couldn't truly harm me. Evil entities thrive on fear, and giving in only grants them power. He tried, though. With one final surge of energy, he knocked me to the ground. It felt like being pushed over by a small child, more annoying than painful. As I sat up, he hovered above me, contorting his face into terrifying shapes, his wails like the screeching of metal on metal. My patience wore thin. Standing, I glared at him and shouted, "Get away from me, evil one! You have no power over me! Leave!" He faltered, his imposing figure shrinking as if my words burned him. He retreated toward the cliff's edge, his black eyes still seething with anger. "God will take care of your kind one day, no matter where you hide," I called after him. At the mention of God, he recoiled further, shrinking and darting across the beach below. In an instant, he vanished, taking his vile energy and stench with him. When I finally made it home, I stepped into the shower and scrubbed away the lingering sensation of his presence. My shower stall is lined with scented gels and soaps, and it takes time to cleanse myself of the odors and energy these encounters leave behind. This is the part of my gift I hate, the residual traces of darkness they leave clinging to me. But at least he was gone. And for now, that was enough. A friend of my grandmother invited us to brunch, and honestly, I wasn't thrilled. Great, I thought. A smelly old lady and her cat sounds like a blast. Still, I reluctantly agreed, taking time away from my agency to join them. The drive to my grandmother's house was quick, just 20 minutes on the highway. As always, seeing her lifted my spirits. My grandmother was a tiny, plump woman who looked like a real-life Mrs. Claus, complete with a jolly nature and a heart full of compassion. She was the reason I didn't make an excuse to skip this outing. If she wanted me there, I'd endure whatever came my way. The house we were visiting belonged to Cora, an elderly woman who'd lived there since the 1950s. Her late husband, Mike, had passed away a few years earlier after a long illness, and according to Cora, he'd died in the back room of the house. That little detail made me uneasy. I prayed I wouldn't see him wandering around. Cora's current companion was a cat named Mr. Stinky. And let me tell you, that name was spot on. The 16-pound feline had a gas problem so severe it could clear a room in seconds. Imagine the gagging reflex and a mad dash for fresh air. That's the level we're talking about. I wasn't exactly looking forward to sharing a meal with the furry source of toxic fumes. When we pulled up to Cora's house, there she was, standing in the doorway with Mr. Stinky perched in her arms. The cat looked annoyed, which wasn't a good sign. I sighed, resigning myself to the ordeal. My grandmother led the way up the path, cheerful as ever, while I stayed quiet, offering polite smiles and praying the visit would be short. The house was exactly what I'd expected, dusty and cluttered. Cora was old, and her eyesight wasn't what it used to be, so cleaning clearly wasn't a priority. The smell of cat litter lingered in the air, mixing unpleasantly with the general mustiness. My allergies flared, but I kept my smile plastered on. We settled around the dining table, and the conversation turned to Cora's memories, stories of her husband, travels, and the past. It felt endless. My polite nods masked growing irritation until I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It was Mike. He appeared briefly, standing beside me, and I quickly realized this wasn't a friendly visit. I saw him lean forward, sneaking a peek down my blouse. Shocked, I gave him a glare, and he backed off, only to move closer to my grandmother. To my disbelief, he was now eyeing her bosom and even reached out toward her. Seriously? I thought. Clearing my throat loudly, I gave him a death glare. He paused, then disappeared, but I could still feel his presence lurking nearby. The nerve of this ghostly pervert. After the meal, I excused myself to the bathroom. The state of the bathroom was as I'd feared, grimy and in desperate need of a cleaning. But nature called, so I pushed through. And that's when Mike decided to make another appearance. There I was, vulnerable, sitting on the toilet, when he materialized in front of me. He was trying to peer under my lap, clearly aiming for an inappropriate view. Furious, I hissed through clenched teeth. "Get the hell out of here, you perverted bastard! Get out!" My words were venomous, and for once, I didn't hold back. His expression was priceless, utterly shocked. With a poof, he vanished. I sat there, trembling with anger, trying to regain my composure before leaving the bathroom. Thankfully, Mike stayed out of sight for the rest of the visit. Once we finished, I hurried my grandmother out of there, eager to put the experience behind me. Cora passed away a few weeks later, and the house burned down about a year after that. I don't know if anyone else ever dealt with Mike's antics, but I hope not. Even in death, he remained the epitome of the dirty old man. Some souls just don't seem to learn, no matter what plane they're on. As for Mr. Stinky, I have no idea what became of him, but I hope he found a home, or at least some Beano. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I'm not an easy sell when it comes to paranormal experiences. While I do believe that spirits are among us, whether we can perceive them or not, I approach things with a solid sense of skepticism. Despite that, I've had some instances where I truly felt connected to the dead, so much so that they changed my perspective on the afterlife forever. Last spring, my wife and I decided to fulfill a long-time desire, joining a local paranormal research group on a ghost hunt in Salt Lake City. The experience began with orientation classes at Taylorsville High School, followed by weekly investigations at various local sites. The first time I stepped into Taylorsville High, entering from the West Wing, I was hit with an intense, bone-chilling cold that stopped me in my tracks. At first, I thought it might be the school's air conditioning, but as we walked to the east side for the class, the chill stuck with me. It felt different. The instructor, who also led the paranormal group, revealed that the school would be our final investigation site because it had a tragic history. A student had taken their life there in 2001. He didn't give us any more details, leaving it to us to uncover during the investigation. He urged us to use our developing skills to feel the presence and uncover the story for ourselves. From the moment I heard about the student, I couldn't stop thinking about him. Something told me it was a young man. His story weighed on me so heavily that it began affecting my daily life. Intense feelings of dread and regret would hit me out of nowhere, making it hard to focus. At one point, I broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. My wife, a licensed counselor, helped me set boundaries to protect myself while acknowledging the emotions. Unfortunately, we couldn't attend the final investigation at Taylorsville High. But even after the class ended, the student's story wouldn't leave me. I resisted looking online for details, but curiosity got the better of me 2 weeks later. What I found confirmed everything. On October 21, 2001, a student named Edward Rusty Riddle had tragically taken his life in the hallway of the school's West Wing, the very spot where I'd felt that icy chill. Reading this brought all those feelings rushing back. It was as if Rusty was reaching out to me, his emotions overwhelming me with regret, confusion, and anger. I didn't see or hear him, but I could feel the depth of his pain as if he was trying desperately to connect with someone, anyone, who could understand. As weeks passed, I tried to communicate with Rusty in my own way, encouraging him to let go of the regret keeping him tied to that place. One night, while out getting dinner, I stopped at a drive-thru. As I waited, lost in thought, my gaze landed on the brick wall outside the pay window. There, etched into one of the bricks, was the date, October 21st, the day Rusty had died. I froze. What were the chances? First the icy chill at the exact spot where he died, and now this? As skeptical as I've always been, I couldn't explain these events away. Rusty's emotions, his voice, had reached across a great divide and connected with me in a way I couldn't ignore. He taught me that our emotions, especially when we are hurting, can linger long after we're gone. Even now, I silently pray for Rusty, hoping he's found peace. His story is a reminder that pain, regret, and love can transcend time, and that maybe, just maybe, there's more to this life than what we see. I've often wondered if I might be walking the line between life and death. The thought became even more compelling after a vivid experience with a boy who seemed to exist between realms. He was a 13-year-old Mexican boy who appeared one morning in my bedroom in Anaheim, California, standing beside my bed. He had a bright smile on his face, radiating happiness, and waited for me to notice him. When I focused on him, I realized I could see through him. He told me his name, Hernandez, his age, and the day he died in a school bus accident in Los Angeles. I dismissed the encounter as a strange vision, even though his presence lingered in my mind. Years ago, I had been in a bus accident in California, but I didn't believe I had died. However, the flashbacks in my dreams often told a different story. I recall passengers being thrown out of windows as the bus hit a guardrail. I was terrified as the bus tipped towards the edge of an embankment, and I never saw the outcome. That memory has haunted me for years, and the boy's sudden appearance left me wondering if there was more to the story than I understood. Recently, I've experienced something even stranger, encounters that make me question my very existence. In my current home, I've come across what feels like a parallel family living in another dimension. One night, a man in flannel pajamas appeared near my bed, handing a blue sponge to what I realized was his wife in his world. When he looked at me, he froze, startled to see what he believed was a ghost, me. He faded away as quickly as he appeared, leaving me shaken. This wasn't the first time something like this happened. A few years ago, in a house I lived in Cornelius, Oregon, I encountered a man in my bedroom closet on my first night there. He wore a flannel shirt, jeans, and work boots, and looked like he was from the 1930s. He appeared confused, and before I could say anything, he vanished startled. That house had no history of residence. It was brand new, built on pasture land. Yet I would hear him talking at night, walking through the house. One evening, exhausted from sleepless nights, I yelled at him to be quiet, and the talking stopped abruptly. Though I couldn't see him, I knew he was there. Another night in the same house, I found myself in a strange experience of dual reality. As I lay in bed, I could see both my bedroom and what seemed to be a barn or basement from another time. In this other realm, a man and his wife were preparing breakfast. I could smell the bacon and hear the sizzle as she cooked. The man opened the door to the barn, which in my realm was my bedroom. When he saw me, he froze, startled by what he thought was a ghost. Frustrated from sleep deprivation, I snapped at him to leave, and he quickly retreated. Later, I realized that these people in another realm saw me as a ghost, just as I saw them. One night, I witnessed 3 men in my room, sitting around a table with a crystal ball and a candle. They were trying to summon me, thinking I was haunting them. The energy they drew from me left me feeling unsteady. Frustrated, I yelled at them to stop and somehow knocked over the table and crystal ball in their dimension. They fled, terrified. These encounters left me questioning my place in the world. Am I alive, or am I crossing dimensions without realizing it? I've also been told of times when I appeared to people in places I've never been, speaking to them as if we were close friends. My family doctor once claimed I had led a tour in Jerusalem, though I've never left the US. He insisted he had spoken to me for hours. Stories like these make me wonder if I exist simultaneously in different realms. I've accepted that there's much about existence I don't understand. Whether I'm crossing dimensions or living in a reality where the lines between worlds blur, I know there's more to life and death than meets the eye. I continue to pray for clarity and trust that these experiences have a purpose I've yet to uncover. As a teen and into my early 20s, I was deeply involved in my religion and fascinated by the supernatural. More than once, I put myself in harm's way to help those in need. This is one such experience. I had a college friend who lived in a small apartment in upstate New York. She was married with 2 young children, and her mother lived just across the hall for convenience. At first, my friend never invited me to her place, which I assumed was because she wanted to keep her party life separate from her home life. However, one night, she confided in me at a local bar about a problem her mother was having. Her mom had been experiencing terrifying activity in her apartment. Her cat would growl and hiss at shadows, and she'd often feel an invisible force pushing her when she tried to enter certain rooms. Recently, it had escalated. Her mother discovered a red mark on her chest after a particularly intense encounter. My friend also revealed that her 4-year-old daughter had been talking to someone she described as a tall, big man who is not nice. Both mother and daughter were scared. I offered to help and suggested meeting her mother outside the apartment to discuss the situation. The next evening, we met at a coffee shop across the street. Her mom described strange shadows, unexplained lights in the kitchen and bedroom, and an unsettling coldness in the kitchen, no matter how recently she'd cooked. She also mentioned smelling a faint lavender perfume. After some reassurance, I convinced her to let me walk through the apartment alone, hoping to get a sense of what was happening. When I entered the building, the air was chilly, but I chalked it up to the air conditioning. As I climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor, I felt a pressure on my chest, not like a hand, but an even, suffocating weight. My friend, who was unlocking the door, admitted the air felt thick, but she thought it was just the humidity. Once inside, the atmosphere was charged with an electric energy. I shut off the air conditioning to eliminate interference, but the sensation remained. I closed my eyes and reached out, trying to sense what was there. Almost immediately, I felt him. He was massive, like a lumberjack, with long arms, a dirty white button-up shirt, and trousers hanging under a large belly. His presence was overwhelming. It was as if he were growling in my ear, trying to intimidate me. Then I sensed another presence, a faint, delicate woman at the other end of the apartment. She wasn't afraid of him, she was afraid for me. She wanted to help but seemed powerless. I told my friend to leave the apartment, but she refused. As soon as she closed the door behind us, the entity rushed her. She screamed as he briefly materialized, and I jumped between them, shouting for him to back off. He growled and disappeared, leaving an oppressive silence in his wake. Later, we checked her apartment across the hall, where her daughter was yelling at the mean man to stop being cruel. Her husband came out of the kitchen, surprised to see us, and asked who their daughter was yelling at. She pointed at the wall and insisted it wasn't us. It was the mean man. Moments later, a shadowy figure appeared. Her husband ran into the kitchen, leaving his daughter behind. Furious, I confronted the entity, demanding it leave the family alone. It responded by shoving me to the ground. Despite the pain, I refused to back down, and eventually it vanished. Realizing we needed help, I called a friend who was a spiritualist minister. She brought a shaman the next evening to cleanse the apartments. The shaman began with sage, chanting as he smudged the space. While he worked, I sensed the lumberjack in the other apartment and asked him to go there. When the shaman left, the entity returned, a swirling shadow cloud hovering in front of me. I couldn't move or call out, trapped by an invisible force. My friend ran into the room, startling the entity, which shot up to the ceiling, spinning above us. The shaman and minister rushed in, cornering the entity and performing a ceremony to banish it. The pressure on my head was intense, and I fell to my knees, overwhelmed with pain. After what felt like an eternity, the entity released and disappeared. The atmosphere immediately lightened, and the oppressive tension lifted. Shadows faded, and the house felt peaceful again. We finished smudging, and the shaman assured my friend that her family was safe. They never had another problem in that apartment, though they moved a few years later. This experience taught me the power of standing firm in the face of darkness, and the importance of seeking help when needed. It's one of many encounters that shaped my understanding of the supernatural, and my respect for it. This story is based on a dream I had, a dream that, shockingly, came true that same night. I understand this isn't a platform for sharing dreams, but for you to truly grasp my experience, the dream is essential. So, here it goes. I come from a deeply religious background rooted in Palo Mayombe and Santeria, so encounters with the paranormal or spiritual are not unusual in my life. Growing up, I was told I have the gift of premonition and psychic sensitivity, something I've learned to accept over the years. But this particular experience shook me to my core. One night, I fell asleep on my parents' couch after saying my prayers to God and all my saints. As I drifted off, I began to dream. In the dream, I wasn't directly involved but was watching everything unfold, like a third-person observer. The setting was Guatemala, where my parents are from, though I've never lived there. In the dream, I saw a man stumbling down a dark alley. He was drunk, his eyes bloodshot and puffy, as though he'd been crying for hours. The air in the dream felt heavy, filled with sorrow, and I found myself crying without knowing why. The man reached a small house and entered. Inside, his wife stood in the kitchen with a baby balanced on her hip as she prepared a bottle. She seemed used to his drunken behavior and made a sarcastic remark as he walked in. The man, however, looked deeply troubled. His expression was heavy with depression and inner turmoil. When his wife brushed him off and told him to go to bed, he grabbed her arm tightly. They began arguing. His voice grew louder, startling the baby, who began to cry. Desperate to calm the situation, the wife pleaded with him, insisting that they loved him and had a happy family. He didn't believe her. As their argument escalated, he threw the baby onto the couch and pulled out a gun, waving it erratically. The wife panicked, crying and begging him to stop. But his despair consumed him. Through tears, he accused her of not loving him and then, without warning, he shot her in the face. I can still vividly remember the horror of that moment in my dream. I saw the blood in her shattered face. It was gruesome. The man stood there, pacing and crying, while the baby wailed uncontrollably. He then looked at the child, placed the gun in his own mouth, and pulled the trigger. At that point, I was sobbing uncontrollably in the dream. The sadness was overwhelming. The sight of the baby left alone next to his dead father filled me with a pain I can't describe. The baby's cries didn't stop, and they eventually woke me up. When I opened my eyes, I could hear my mother crying in the kitchen with my father standing beside her. Concerned, I asked what had happened. My mom, through tears, explained that her cousin and his wife had died. He had shot her, and then himself. A neighbor, hearing the gunshots, had gone to check on them and found their bodies. Their children were left alone in the house, one in the bedroom and the baby crying in the living room next to his father. As my mom spoke, I had an immediate flashback to the dream I had just woken from. It left me nauseous. Everything matched: the drunken man, the gun, the baby crying. I had never met my mom's cousin before, but when I described the man from my dream, she confirmed it was him. It was a surreal experience. While I didn't mourn the way my parents did because I didn't know him personally, the fact that I had foreseen such a horrific event left me deeply unsettled. This wasn't just a bad dream, it was reality, playing out in front of me in vivid, haunting detail. Since then, I've kept a dream journal to document every significant dream I have. That experience changed the way I view my premonitions. Thank you for listening to my story. It was the second day of my first trip to New Orleans, a trip I had been excited about for a long time. Being from Georgia, I felt a connection to the city, like it was a sister to Savannah. Even though I'd never been there before, the streets of the French Quarter felt familiar, and I felt at home in the strange and lively city. Mardi Gras was still 3 days away, but the celebration had already begun. The Saints were playing in the Super Bowl, and the entire city was in party mode. My husband Ken and I enjoyed a late breakfast at the Court of Two Sisters and then wandered the city, exploring without any specific destination. We walked hand in hand, stopping occasionally to enjoy street musicians. Eventually, we found ourselves on Royal Street. Royal Street, one of the oldest and most beautiful streets in the country, is lined with antique shops and historic homes. As we approached an intersection, something strange happened. The beads around my neck suddenly felt unbearably heavy. I stopped walking, feeling panicked and unwell. At first, Ken thought I had just had a little too much to drink, but I grew frantic. The beads felt like chains choking me, and my head was pounding. I couldn't hide my discomfort anymore, and started pulling the beads off and tossing them to the ground. Ken, now concerned, helped me untangle them while trying to calm me down. He took my hand and suggested we cross the street so I could sit down. As we began to cross, a bird flew directly at my head, almost hitting me. It startled me, and I watched as the bird flew to the second-story balcony of a gray building. When I looked up at the house, I was immediately overcome with fear. I couldn't explain it, but I knew that house was the source of my anxiety. My breathing became shallow, and I pulled back, refusing to go any closer. Ken was confused as I cried out, "No! It's that house! Get me away from here!" My fear was paralyzing, and I struggled to speak. Ken reassured me and led me a few blocks away until I could calm down. We sat on a bench, and he rubbed my back while I tried to catch my breath. "You better now?" he asked. Slowly, I began to feel better, though my head was still throbbing. I told him, "I don't know what just happened. Maybe it was a panic attack." I had never experienced anything like that before, and the suddenness of it left me shaken. When Ken suggested we head back to the hotel, I refused to walk down Royal Street again. I insisted we take a longer route. He thought I was overreacting, but he humored me because he could see how terrified I was. Back at the hotel, we tried to put the incident behind us. Ken thought it might have been a reaction to something I ate or drank, and I agreed to avoid seeming crazy. The next day, as we planned our evening, we came across a brochure listing city tours. As we flipped through it, I froze. There was a picture of the house, the same house that had filled me with fear and pain the day before. It was called the LaLaurie House and was featured as the most haunted house in New Orleans, a site of horrific torture and murder. The brochure explained the house's dark history. Madame LaLaurie, the owner, was rumored to have practiced voodoo. After an enslaved person, who was chained by the neck in the kitchen, set fire to the house in a desperate attempt to escape. Dozens of mangled bodies were discovered. Some enslaved people were still alive but horribly tortured, with broken and reset limbs, eyes and lips sewn shut, and body parts surgically removed. It was a house of horrors beyond imagination. Reading about it gave me chills. I couldn't shake the feeling that something from that house had reached out to me the day before. Was it the evil spirit of Madame Lalaurie toying with me, or was I somehow connecting psychically to the house's terrible past? Either way, I'll never forget the overwhelming fear I felt, and how it seemed like the house's dark history was alive and watching. My brother Jeremy used to live in a small house near the center of our hometown. He shared the place with a roommate we all called Goat, because, well, he would eat just about anything. At the time, Jeremy wasn't living with his now wife, then just his baby mama, but his son, JJ, would stay with him every other week. The house was small, and while I didn't spend much time there or know the layout well, there was one bedroom that felt unsettling to everyone, Jeremy, my dad, and me included. Goat lived in that room, though he never mentioned feeling anything unusual about it. Strange things started happening around the house. Jeremy noticed little occurrences, like objects not being where he left them, but nothing too serious at first. Then JJ, who was only 2 or 3 at the time, began saying odd things. He talked about a man in the house. Jeremy didn't share all the details, but what JJ said was strange for a child that young and often lined up with the odd experiences my brother had been having. Behind the house was a headstone marking the grave of a 2-year-old girl named Fanny M. Clifton, dating back to the 1800s. The Clifton family is buried in another private cemetery nearby, just a short drive away. That graveyard contains a husband, wife, and their 2 beloved mules. Beyond that, we don't know much about the family. About 6 months before Jeremy moved out of the house, he was dating a girl he had met through the National Guard. One day, while giving her a tour of the house, they reached Goat's room. She froze and refused to go inside. She said there was something evil in that room and admitted she was a medium, though she hadn't wanted to tell him before. She warned him not to let JJ sleep in the bedroom, or even play in the yard near Fanny's headstone. She was especially adamant that JJ should never lie down in the grass near it, as it could bring terrible consequences. She went on to tell Jeremy that an old woman was protecting him and his son. She said this woman often sat on Jeremy's bed at night, stroking his legs until he fell asleep. Curious, Jeremy showed her a photo of our great-grandma and her sisters, all of whom have passed. Without being told who was who, the girl pointed to one of the aunts and said, "She's the one protecting you. She also thinks you need to redecorate and clean up a bit." As they continued walking through the house, they passed the bathroom into the living room. Just then, Jeremy's towel fell off the rack. This really upset him because he's very particular about his towels. He always hangs them perfectly straight so they dry evenly and don't wrinkle. A few days later, Jeremy brought the photo to my dad's house and told us the story. That's when Dad revealed something that gave all of us chills. He said that particular aunt used to rub Jeremy's legs when he visited her, just as the girl had described. Jeremy hadn't known this story, and there was no way the girl he was dating could have either. That was enough proof for me. I was terrified and refused to visit Jeremy's house again. Dad also mentioned that he had once spent the night at Jeremy's house, sleeping in Goat's room. He felt so uncomfortable there that he stayed awake the entire night, unable to relax. Jeremy eventually got back together with JJ's mom, and they got married about a year ago. They moved into a new house, one without any hauntings. Thankfully, nothing strange has happened since.